Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test 1 2 3. Test test test. Check check check. Check check check. Check check check.
The Judiciary Committee will come to order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recesses of the committee at any time. The clerk will call the roll to establish a quorum.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Isa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Mr. Quayle? Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Watt? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Waters? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Polis?
Gentleman from California, Mr. Lundgren. Okay. Gentleman from Michigan? Present. Gentleman from Virginia? Mr. Good. Gentleman from Wisconsin? I don't know how long we're gone. Almost all amendments are from Sheila and Hank Johnson. Okay. Who else? Gentleman from Tennessee is present and accounted for. The gentleman from Puerto Rico. Oh, I thought we didn't. And the gentleman from North Carolina. One more. The gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Jordan?
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 13 members responded present.
Working quorum is present. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 3534 for purposes of markup, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3534, to amend Title 31 United States Code to revise requirements related to...
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll recognize myself and then the ranking member for opening statements. Today, the Judiciary Committee continues its effort to restore the financial security of our country with consideration of H.R. 3534, the Security and Bonding Act of 2011. I want to thank Mr. Hanna of New York for his sponsorship of this bill, and Mr. Gowdy and Mr. Polis for their support and co-sponsorship as well. This bill protects the federal government from financial loss as it improves the effectiveness of surety bonds contractors must post when they perform construction projects for the United States. Also, this bill protects small business subcontractors and enhances the financial security of the United States. The bill amends federal acquisition law to require individual sureties to post only low-risk collateral to back up their bonds. If the prime contractor defaults, the government and subcontractors will have recourse to real, stable, and valuable assets to make them whole. The federal government cannot afford to be left in the lurch because an individual surety bond proved to be worthless. American taxpayers deserve a government that acts carefully and with fiscal responsibility when it spends their money on construction projects. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and without objection, my entire opening statement will be made a part of the record. And the gentleman from Michigan, the ranking member of the committee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will put my statement in the record and thank the members of the committee that have been working on mutually on this important measure. I want to celebrate the cooperativeness and the interchange of ideas that have taken place on Judiciary Committee with regard to the bill. And I just want to add that this is a pro-regulation bill. I hope I don't lose any conservative support by making that observation. And I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coble, the chairman of the Court's Commercial Administrative Law Subcommittee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll give a brief opening statement. The federal government regularly contracts with privately owned businesses and requires contractors to obtain surety bonds to assure performance and payment. There are currently three options to satisfy this requirement. First, a contractor can obtain a bond from a corporate surety approved by the Treasury Department, which is vetted by the Treasury, to ensure there is adequate capital to make good on the bond if necessary. Second, the contractor can give the United States a possessory security interest in low-risk liquid assets, or the contractor may secure a bond from the individual surety. Under the federal acquisition regulation, individual sureties are only required to pledge assets. Also, individual sureties can use assets such as stocks and bonds or rights in real property as collateral or security for their bonds. H.R. 3534 allows federal contracting officials to require that individual sureties provide a bond from the Treasury regulated surety. The Subcommittee on Courts, Commercial, and Administrative Law conducted a hearing on this legislation. It was clear from the witnesses' testimony that this legislation will help improve surety bonds, and while it may not address every problem in the building market, it is a step in the right direction. I urge members of the committee to support H.R. 3534, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Coble. Are there any amendments to this bill? The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 3534, offered by Mr. Cohen of Tennessee and Ms. Waters.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment strikes the provision in H.R. 3534 that gives federal contracting officers the discretion to require that contractors obtain surety bonds from corporate sureties. The amendment would add a GAO study provision as well, and it would examine several things. First, the GAO must survey all instances during the 10-year period prior to the bill's date of enactment in which a surety bond proposed or issued by a surety in connection with a federal project was either rejected by a federal contracting officer or accepted but later found to have been backed by insufficient collateral, otherwise found deficient, or with respect to which any surety did not perform. The study would also assess the consequences to the federal government, subcontractors, and suppliers of such instances. Finally, the GAO would be required to compare the percentages of all federal contracts that were awarded to small disadvantaged businesses and disadvantaged business enterprises as prime contractors in the 2-year period prior to and the 2-year period after enactment of the bill. It would also have to include an assessment of the bill's impact upon such percentages. In my statement for the legislative hearing on the bill 2 weeks ago, I noted I could support the premise of its proponents that good underwriting standards for individual surety bonds and federal contracting protects the federal government, taxpayers, downstream subcontractors, and suppliers on federal projects, many of which are small businesses owned by members of historically disadvantaged groups. I also raised a few issues. And first, I wanted to know the scope of the problem that this bill sought to address. Several witnesses offered examples of individual sureties that have issued bonds that are backed by insufficient or non-existent assets. And I was curious to learn whether there was any macroscopic study of this particular problem. Another thing that struck me about H.R. 3534 was its repeal of the current prohibition on contracting officers requiring contractors to use a corporate surety. This provision would seem to have the effect of simply eliminating the use of individual sureties in federal contracting, and as a result I could not support. Finally, I raised some concern about any efforts that may result in fewer opportunities for emerging contractors, and particularly those that could be categorized as disadvantaged business enterprises, DBEs. Emerging contractors rely very heavily on individual sureties in order to be able to bid for federal contracts. Any move that threatens to reduce the availability of bonding from individual sureties should also take into account the potential impact on these emerging businesses. Perhaps once the GAO has had a chance to study this bill's potential impact on emerging contractors, we could revisit whether this provision needs to be amended or added to in some ways. I'm cognizant of the dangers of lax financial regulation and certainly bad underwriting practices, as we've seen in the form of poorly underwritten mortgages and private student loans, the consequences of which our economy will continue to suffer from for years to come. But it would be difficult and frankly a bit hypocritical of me if I did not support better regulation of financial actors. With this amendment, however, some potential concerns will be addressed in H.R. 3534. I thank the chairman and the chairman of Courts Administrative Law and Courts Subcommittee, Mr. Coble, for listening to our concerns and working with us on this amendment, and I urge everyone to support it. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coble, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the gentleman from Tennessee offers a sound proposal. As I mentioned in my opening statement, H.R. 3534 does not cure all the ills in the security bond market, but a GAO study, in my opinion, will help track the impact of H.R. 3534. And you know, much has been said about regulations, folks. I don't think anybody on this side of the podium is averse to good regulations. I think it's bad regulations that cause the problem. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Coble. The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Opinion Chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there any other amendments? If not, a reporting quorum being present, the question is on reporting the bill as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered reported favorably. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating the amendment adopted. Staff is authorized to make technical conforming changes. Members will have 2 days to submit their views. Pursuant to notice, I now call up H.R. 4078 for purposes of markup, and the clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 4078, to provide that no agency may take any significant regulatory action until the unemployment rate is equal to or less than 6.0%. In the House of Representatives, February 17, 2012, Mr. Griffin of Arkansas, for himself, Mr. Smith of Texas, Mr. Coble, Mr. Gallagly, Mr. Shabbat, Mr. Franks of Arizona, Mr. Poe of Texas, Mr. Chaffetz, Mr. Marino, Mr. Gowdy, Mr. Ross of Florida, Mrs. Adams.
Without objection, the amendment will be the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself and the ranking member for opening statements. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Griffin, a member of this committee, for his sponsorship of the FREEZE Act, and Mr. Coble and his subcommittee for their consideration of it. The Obama administration has quickly turned the United States into a regulation nation. This administration has adopted an unprecedented amount of costly new regulations which hinder small business growth and stall job creation. In his most recent State of the Union address, President Obama claimed to have, quote, approved fewer regulations, end quote, than President Bush did in his first 3 years in office. But according to a new study by the Heritage Foundation, President Obama has adopted 106 major rules that impose $46 billion in additional annual regulatory costs on the private sector. By contrast, in his first 3 years in office, President Bush adopted 28 such major regulations with $8 billion in additional annual cost. That is about a fourth of the number of major regulations the Obama administration imposed on the private sector in a similar period, at a fifth the cost. We need to encourage small businesses to expand, not tie them up with red tape. In 2011, more than one-third of these major rules were made to implement Dodd-Frank, an overreaching law that overregulates the financial services sector. The most expensive were from the Environmental Protection Agency, which issued 5 major regulations that cost more than $4 billion annually. The number of economically significant regulations also has increased. Under President Bush, the Office of Information and Regulatory Affairs' biannual regulatory agenda contained an average of 77 economically significant regulations in the proposed and final stages. The biannual average under President Obama is 124, almost twice the number. The threat of even more regulations discourages investment and economic growth. In 2011, the Obama administration's agenda had over 200 economically significant new rules, each of which typically affect the American economy $100 million or more each year. The President repeatedly harps on job creation, but he can't have it both ways. He cannot continue to impose excessive regulations on small businesses and still expect new jobs and economic growth. It's one or the other. That is why we need Mr. Griffin's bill, H.R. 4078, the Regulatory Freeze for Jobs Act. The Freeze Act gives small businesses a much-needed break from new significant federal regulations until the unemployment rate stabilizes at 6%. Overregulation hinders job creation and hampers economic recovery, as Professors Alan Meltzer of Carnegie Mellon University and John Taylor of Stanford University explained to the Subcommittee on Courts, Commercial and Administrative Law last month. Fortunately, you don't need a PhD in economics to understand this. A recent Gallup poll found that among the 85% of U.S. small business owners who aren't hiring, nearly half of these cited being worried about new government regulations as the reason they are not hiring. And 63% of respondents to a poll conducted by the National Federation of Independent Business said rules issued over the last 5 years have done more to hurt than to help small businesses. Even President Obama recognizes that overregulation kills jobs. In a January 2011 Wall Street Journal op-ed, the President acknowledged that overregulation has stifled innovation and has had a chilling effect on growth and jobs. The Freeze Act is narrowly tailored only to stop unnecessary regulations. The bill contains reasonable exceptions for significant regulations that are necessary to protect health and safety, for national security, to enforce criminal laws, or to implement trade agreements. According to a study by the Small Business Administration, regulations cost the American economy $1.75 trillion annually. Unfortunately, rather than add much-needed jobs to the economy, the Obama administration has only added job-killing regulations that burden businesses and stifle economic growth. The Freeze Act encourages job creators to make the kinds of investments that will jumpstart our economy and gives them confidence about future regulatory actions. We need to lift the burden on small businesses and free them up to spend more, invest more, and produce more in order to create more jobs for American workers. And that concludes my opening statement, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, is recognized for his.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. This is a great exercise in illogic sometimes. We just passed a regulation bill unanimously by almost everybody in the committee, and now we take up a bill that would prevent it from being implemented. Well, congratulations. I I don't understand why we would want to do this to good regulations. As Subcommittee Chairman Coble said, we don't have anything against good regulations, and I agree with him. It's the regulations that are bad that we want to eliminate or modify as much as we can. So I bring to the attention of the members a report that came out, what day this week? Last week. The draft report to Congress on the benefits and costs of federal regulations that is from the Office of Management and Budget. I'm saving it for individual distribution tomorrow. That show that the benefits of regulations far outweigh the costs. And it concluded that the net benefits of regulations promulgated through the third fiscal year of the Obama administration have exceeded $91 billion. The benefits have so far for 3 years exceeded $91 billion, including not only monetary savings, but lives saved, injuries prevented, and is more than 25 times the net benefits through the third fiscal year of the previous administration. So, I'm going to try to work on a resolution perhaps before recess that everybody supports good regulations and everybody's against bad regulations. I mean, let's get to the bottom of this. We're not against all regulations, and we're not for all regulations. And that's the distinction that somehow we're trying to make here today. And so I think that this latest release from OMB will help us agree to the fact that some regulations are good and necessary, and some regulations are less efficacious and should be modified or removed. And I think that might give us a better way to get around it. Now, I would like to suggest that there isn't evidence that regulations per se stifle job creation. This should not be a revolutionary point. If anything, regulations can promote job growth and put Americans back to work. And boy, do I have some conservative quotes to back me up on this. Bruce Bartlett, a senior policy analyst in both the Reagan and the George H.W. Bush regulations. Professor Sidney Shapiro, and Cass Sunstein, to name a few. And what I'm going to do, instead of advance some of these notions as my own, which might be subject to more debate than I'd like, I'm going to quote some people who may not be as progressive as I am, and that side with my conservative friends from time to time, so that we can gradually get fixed into our thinking processes the fact that there are good and necessary regulations, like the one we just voted on unanimously, and that there are some that need attention. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll put the rest of my statement in the record, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers, for those comments. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coble, is recognized for a unanimous consent request.
I'll be very brief, Mr. Chairman. I think the bill we just passed amends federal law, not regulations. And I think whether a bill is a good bill or a bad bill oftentimes depends upon personal interpretation. So we'll get that, that'll be for another day. But I ask unanimous consent, Mr. Chairman, to have my statement made a part of the record.
Without objection, the gentleman's entire opening statement will be made a part of the record. And the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin, is recognized for the purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 4078, offered by Mr. Griffin of Arkansas. Strike all that follows after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the Regulatory Freeze for Jobs Act of 2012. Section 2, definitions. In this act, 1, terms agency and rule have the meanings given such terms under Section 551 of Title V, United States Code. 2, the term regulatory action.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read and will be considered as base test for the purposes of amendment. And I just want to call to members' attention that they have a copy of this manager's amendment in their materials on their desk. And the gentleman from Arkansas is recognized to explain the amendment.
The amendment actually considers the testimony that was presented here in a hearing and modifies the original bill in accordance with some of the testimony presented. The Regulatory Freeze for Jobs Act, or the FREEZE Act, is about setting priorities. While American job creators are struggling to get by, Congress should enact policies that strengthen the ability of employers to invest, hire, and grow. By enacting a freeze on certain significant regulations until unemployment drops to 6% or below, the FREEZE Act injects certainty into the economy, giving job creators a break at a time when they need it most. The FREEZE Act doesn't outlaw regulations. It simply ensures that only the truly necessary significant regulations are implemented. The data shows that the Obama administration has issued far more major regulations than the previous administration, and the burden of these rules falls on job creators themselves. Through its first 3 years in office, this administration has finalized 106 major regulations that have added more than $46 billion per year in new costs for Americans. According to agency data, this is almost 4 times the number and more than 5 times the cost of these kinds of major regulations finalized under the previous administration. These rules are hurting growth in Arkansas and across the United States. I recently convened a jobs conference at the Clinton Library in my district, at which over 60 community and business leaders discuss federal policies as they relate to job creation. The economic uncertainty created by overregulation, not regulation, but overregulation, excessive regulation, was a constant refrain among participants. John Burkhalter, Commissioner of the Arkansas Highway and Transportation Commission and former Chairman of the Arkansas Economic Development Commission, said, quote, "Every project I look at now, I've got to wonder if I'm going to get to build it, because are the regulations going to stop me? I've got to admit that I pass on over 50% of the projects that I would like to do because of the burden, the hurdle of the regulations," end quote. Critics of reform say that regulations are not tied to employment, but America's small business owners disagree. According to a January 2012 Gallup survey, 85% of American small business owners aren't hiring. Among this group, 46% of small business owners say they aren't hiring due to worry about new government regulations. While this bill freezes the largest and most costly rules that aren't necessary, we need some reasonable rules. The underlying bill provides exemptions for rules that protect against imminent threats to health and safety, enforcing criminal laws, providing for the national security of the United States, or that are necessary to implement an international trade agreement. Out of an abundance of caution, listening to the witnesses at the hearing that this committee had, the subcommittee had, the amendment in the nature of a substitute adds a congressional waiver by which the President would submit to Congress a regulatory action that would not fall into one of the other exemptions in the underlying bill, Congress could then take appropriate legislative action on any submission made by the President. This provision ensures that certain reasonable rules, such as stop-loss pay for members of the armed forces, are eligible to be exempt. This amendment also makes technical changes to clarify the time period of the freeze, as well as to strengthen eligibility for judicial review. The Freeze Act is a priority-setting bill, and our priority is clear. We must enact policies that help job creators to invest and grow in America. The underlying bill and the amendment in the nature of a substitute are endorsed by the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Mr. Chairman, I have 3 items I'd like to submit for the record. First, a letter of support for this amendment from the Chamber. Also, I'm including 2 letters from key constituents regarding compliance costs for certain EPA regulations. One is from Green Bay Packaging of Morrilton concerning compliant costs on the Boiler Mac, and the other is a letter from 3 major Arkansas electricity providers, the Arkansas Electric Cooperative, Southwest Power Pool, and Entergy Arkansas, regarding compliance costs for a host of EPA rules and their impact on the price of electricity. I ask that these letters be made a part of the record.
Without objection, the letters will be made a part of the record. Does the gentleman yield back his time?
Yes. I
Thank you,
yield back.
Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr.
Are
Chairman.
there other members who wish to be heard on the manager's amendment? If not, we will go to amendments to the manager's amendment. And are there any amendments to the manager's amendment? The gentleman,
I do have one.
the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers, is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Griffin Amendment offered by Mr. Conyers. Page 1, line 18, insert after rule or guidance the following: other than a rule or guidance intended to protect.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized to explain his amendment.
All right. This is very brief. Insert after rule or guidance the following. And here's the following: other than a rule or guidance intended to protect the privacy of Americans. It's my hope that this simple but important change will improve the bill somewhat. The amendment would amend the bill's definition of significant regulatory action to exclude any regulation that is intended to protect the privacy of Americans. Who could be against that? With the increasing opportunities for governmental and private organizations to maintain private information of citizens, it's critical that we do not prevent or delay the implementation of government regulations designed to protect the privacy of this information. And that's why this caveat, consisting of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 words, is so important. The concern is that such information has itself become a commodity with financial value, subject to abuse by those who seek to sell it for gain or use for other purposes, some illegal. Unfortunately, several federal agencies, and I have to name the Veterans Administration, have lost the personal information of millions of our citizens. For example, it was discovered in 2006 that the personal information for more than 26 million veterans and 2 million current military service members was stolen from the residence of a Department of Veterans Affairs employee who'd taken the data home without authorization. So this amendment speaks for itself. All we want to do here to improve a measure is to insert after rule or guidance that other than a rule or guidance intended to protect the privacy of Americans. I'd like everybody that can to join me in support of my amendment, and I thank the chairman for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank the gentleman from Michigan for his amendment. I agree with the spirit of the amendment. I know it's well-intentioned, but in light of my amendment to the original bill, it is unnecessary, and I oppose it. The underlying bill has 4 categories of exemptions for rules that are necessary because of an imminent threat to health or safety, necessary for the enforcement of criminal laws, necessary for the national security of the United States, or necessary to implement a trade agreement. Now, after the hearing that was held at the subcommittee, I amended the bill today, introduced an amendment that would create a huge exception for things like privacy. And if a significant rule does not fall into one of the 4 waivers that were in the original bill, then there's this new broad waiver where the president can request that Congress provide a waiver in an expeditious manner through appropriate legislative action. If the rule is reasonable and addresses a real need without overly burdening job creators, gladly vote for it. So this amendment is unnecessary. It's covered. The situation proposed by the gentleman from Michigan is covered, and I oppose it.
Would the gentleman from Arkansas yield, please?
The gentleman yields back. Without objection, the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for an additional minute.
Thank you very much. I want to thank you for the compliment, but if it's repetitive, that shouldn't bother anybody on the Judiciary Committee. We deal with lots of repetition, and I thank you for the compliment, and I wish you had yielded to me instead of the chairman. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Conyers. There are other members who wish to be heard. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to express my support for the amendment offered by the gentleman from Michigan, but I also want to use this opportunity to just say that this whole bill is nonsense and is based on nonsense. The claim that regulatory uncertainty creates a disincentive for business to add jobs is frankly nonsense. Bruce Bartlett, who was referred to before, who was a senior policy analyst in the Reagan and Bush administrations, observed, quote, "Regulatory uncertainty is a canard invented by Republicans that allows them to use current economic problems to pursue an agenda supported by the business community year in and year out. In other words, it is a simple case of political opportunism, not a serious effort to deal with high unemployment," close quote. Professor Sidney Shapiro testified last year, all of the available evidence contradicts the claim that regulatory uncertainty is deterring business investment. A July 2011 Wall Street Journal survey of business economists found that, quote, "The main reason U.S. companies are reluctant to step up hiring is scant demand rather than uncertainty over government policies," close quote. A recent National Federation of Independent Business survey, an NFIB survey of its members, of its small business members, found that, quote, "Poor sales, not regulation, is the biggest problem." The Main Street Alliance, a small business organization, observes, quote, "In survey after survey and interview after interview, Main Street small business owners confirm that what we really need is more customers, more demand, not deregulation. Policies that restore our consumer base are what we need now, not policies that shift more risk and more costs onto us from big corporate actors," close quote. All this nonsense about deregulation is saying, let's make this country less safe, let's kill more people in accidents, let's kill more people by air pollution, let's have more people burn up in exploding cars, let's have more people poisoned by uninspected food, all in the name of making a life more lucrative for big business, but with the excuse of jobs. Nonsense, nonsense, nonsense. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Natter. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the,
Mr. Chairman.
on the Conyers amendment?
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Lundgren, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I don't spend a lot of time talking to economists. I do occasionally. I spend a lot of time at home talking to business people of all sizes. I've had town hall meetings, teletown hall meetings, individual meetings over the last number of weeks when I've been home, and I have been told by them that the uncertainty of government action going forward is a major factor in their reluctance to commit themselves to new employment and to expanding their businesses. Now, not a single one of them told me he wanted to kill anybody. He wanted anybody to be unsafe. Now, I understand these folks don't have degrees in economics. They're just merely out there trying to make a living and create jobs in my district. Now, California has one of the highest unemployment percentages in the country. My particular area has a higher unemployment rate than the state of California. We are acutely aware of the difficulties expressed in the lack of jobs that currently faces America. And they tell me that regulatory uncertainty is a major factor in their difficulties. Perhaps they don't understand. Now, I am shocked, frankly, shocked by the report mentioned by the ranking member, that OMB, the executive agency that is responsible for regulation in the federal government, would do a study and say that regulation is good. I am shocked that they would conclude that their work is good and positive in almost all circumstances. And frankly, I look forward to reading that report because it is so counterintuitive that someone who is responsible for regulation would then conclude that their work is good. What this bill does, with the exceptions that are now in the bill, is provide that the benefit of the doubt goes towards less regulation rather than more regulation. Not no regulation, not with the exceptions that are in this bill. And that's all this bill does. It attempts to say we resolve doubt towards less regulation, not more regulation, in the context of an administration that appears to be hell-bent on regulating just about everything, including whether or not you have a right to remain an American citizen under legal status dependent upon you purchasing a health care product as approved by the federal government. You can't
The gentleman
do
yield
much
for a second?
more than that.
Would the gentleman yield
I'll
for a
be
second?
happy to. And I know that's not regulation, that's by statute.
That was my point.
That the gentleman passed. But of course, as I recall, the former Speaker of the House told us when you voted for that bill that we didn't know what was in it and wouldn't know what was in it until it passed, much like a former senator from Connecticut, Mr. Dodd, told us when we passed Dodd-Frank, we wouldn't know what was in that until the regulations had been determined. All we're saying here is we have gone overboard on giving the bureaucracy almost unconstricted discretion. And frankly, if we need more laws, the Congress can pass those laws. We ought not to punt it over to the regulators to make the decisions that we are not making ourselves. So let's put this in the proper context. We are not against all regulation. We believe that this is an administration that is heavily weighted towards regulation in virtually every aspect of our life, and we are saying that there ought to be a slight tilt towards less regulation rather than more regulation. And if, in fact, we have the concerns expressed by those on the other side, they are, in fact, dealt with by the exceptions that the gentleman has in his amendment that is before us. And so, and by the way, The Economist, which is not a Republican rag as far as I can see, has, I believe, on its cover story on February 18th, United States economy over-regulated America.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to. Would you like the article? I'll be happy to.
I would like the article. I would point out
Happy
that
to pass it
the gentleman is correct. The Economist is not a Republican publication. It's a conservative British publication. A conservative British publication with a small c, not the Conservative Party. I would agree with the gentleman that it might be a good idea if Congress in legislating were more specific sometimes rather than leaving too much up to regulators. I don't disagree with that. Obviously, you have to do that bill by bill, and as to how you do that. But I do think that this bill is far more than giving what do you say, the benefit of the doubt. This bill says no regulation may take effect, with a few exceptions, until the unemployment rate is below 6%. And it draws a completely unestablished, except by political propaganda, connection with regulation.
Well, I'll take my time back. I did not
unemployment.
articulate political propaganda. I articulated the message that I received from my constituents at home, both Democrat and Republican. No one came to me as a political propagandist to make those statements that I've just revealed to you. And secondly, I am surprised the gentleman would not recognize The Economist, the British publication, as one of the stalwart supporters of the Democratic Party's philosophy for years and years.
The
question?
gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Chairman, could the gentleman have one
The
additional
gentleman's
minute
time
for
has
question?
expired. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Waters, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to express some agreement with my good friend, Mr. Lundgren. He spent a week in his district. I spent a week in my district. I heard from my constituents, too. And what my constituents were saying was consistent with him, that uncertainty is a major concern. My concern with this bill is that it adds to the level of uncertainty, because what most of my constituents are saying is we need to get on with adopting and finalizing the regulations under Dodd-Frank so that we know what the rules of the road are going forward. And it's that uncertainty that is causing us not to be able to plan and not to be able to adapt our business plans to what is necessary going forward, so that we don't have another economic financial services meltdown like we had in the past. We know that we need to make adjustments, but we need to have the final regulations in place to be able to do that. The problem I have with this bill is that it does not add to the level of certainty that businesses have, because apparently whatever those regulations are that are in process under Dodd-Frank will be put on hold now, waiting for the unemployment rate to drop below 6%. If it drops below 6% for a little while, maybe they can gear up again and start writing the regulations again and publishing them. But if it happens to go back over 6% during that period, unemployment rate happens to go back over 6%, then they have to suspend again, apparently, under this bill. So we may never get to a degree of certainty that Mr. Lundgren's and my constituents are demanding so that they can plan and move forward. I don't see how this bill, this is not a debate about whether regulations are good or bad. I think we all agree that some regulations are good and some regulations are bad. This is a debate, should be a debate about how do you provide certainty for people going forward so that they can plan and play out a business model in the business world so that they can get on with their lives. And this bill does absolutely nothing other than provide a multiple levels of uncertainty in people's lives and for the business community. I don't see how anybody can say that this bill is going to do anything to provide any level of certainty to anybody. I don't want to get into a debate about whether some regulations are good, some regulations are bad. My colleague from North Carolina, Howard Coble, I'm sure has heard the same messages in North Carolina that I'm hearing in North Carolina. Let's provide some certainty. Let's get on with it. So somebody tell me how this bill is supposed to help us do that when even the rules under Dodd-Frank or no regulations can be adopted for any period of time, and then all of a sudden you get to 6%, then you can have the regulations adopted. How does it provide any certainty if you got to come to a divided Congress where you can't get the House or the Senate to agree on anything to get a waiver from a rule? How does that provide any certainty to anybody? It is just beyond me how any of this bill is going to provide any positive impact in our economy. I just don't understand it. I yield back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Watt. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott.
Could I thank the gentleman for yielding to me? I'd like to wait for just a minute because I have some, I want to examine the hearing we're going to have tomorrow and the witnesses that we're going to have, because this legislation is coming up in front of them, and I think, I don't want to say that we should have had it in just the reverse, but it's what we're doing now is going to be reviewed by witnesses tomorrow, and I'd like to hold off if I can, Mr. Scott. I thank you for yielding.
The gentleman yields back.
Yeah, we could hold off on the hearing too. On the
Gentleman yields
markup.
back his time. The question is on the Conyers Amendment to the Manager's Amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Record vote, please.
Not agreed to. Recorded vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Coble? Mr. Coble votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes no. Mr. King? Mr. King votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Chaffetz votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no.
Yeah.
Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Gowdy votes no.
Gentleman from Florida. Gentleman from California to my right.
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
A gentleman from Virginia.
Mr. Goodlatte votes no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 12 members voted aye, 17 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Griffin Amendment offered by Mr. Nadler. Page 1, line 18, insert after rule or guidance the following: other than a rule or guidance pertaining to nuclear reactor safety standards.
The gentleman from New York is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As has been discussed, the bill we're marking up today would place a moratorium on any significant regulatory action until unemployment drops below 6%. My amendment would exempt from this blanket moratorium government regulatory actions taken to protect us from a nuclear disaster. A worthwhile goal, I think we will agree. This bill is again blaming our high unemployment rate on government regulations, an ideologically motivated view which has no basis in fact. Just focusing on the unemployment rate for a moment, when our previous president, George W. Bush, took office in January 2001, the unemployment rate was 4.2%. When he left office 8 years later, the unemployment rate was 7.8%. I'd be happy to hear from any member on the other side of the aisle who can explain to me how the numerous and onerous rules imposed by the Bush administration caused the unemployment rate to almost double during his time in office. I highly doubt that any member of the majority will step up to the plate and will argue that rules established or enforced by President Bush led to the doubling of unemployment. At the same time, while unemployment did increase initially under President Obama to as high as 10% soon after he took office, it has now declined to 8.3%. If President Obama's government run amok with all these new regulations is to blame for high unemployment, what explains this almost 20% decline in unemployment? The bottom line is that despite whatever facts are presented or reality exists, there are some people who won't listen and won't yield. So I suspect we'll continue to hear the same canard over and over and over again, that somehow government regulation is to blame for high unemployment and slow economic growth. Beyond the absurdity that this bill represents, if enacted, something like it could have serious negative consequences. Take, for example, nuclear power. All Americans recognize the catastrophe that could occur as a result of damage at a nuclear power plant, be that damage caused by nature or by man. We just marked the one-year anniversary of the Japanese tsunami, and everyone remembers the worry over its effect and the real effect of the disaster at the Fukushima nuclear power plant. My constituents and I have particular reason to be concerned. As I said during our last debate on a similar anti-regulatory bill when I brought up this nuclear issue, my district lies less than 40 miles from an old nuclear power plant at Indian Point. There are 20 million people living within a 50-mile radius of the plant, the same radius used by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission as the basis for the evacuation zone recommended after the Fukushima disaster. Indian Point also sits near two fault lines, and according to the NRC, is the most likely nuclear power plant in the country to experience core damage because of an earthquake. Fortunately, officials at the NRC examined what happened in Japan and have developed recommendations to prevent such a disaster from happening in this country. Just a few weeks ago, the NRC adopted 3 orders to effectuate some of those recommendations. As summarized by the Associated Press, these new policies would require nuclear power plants here to 1, install or improve venting systems to limit core damage in a serious accident, 2, install sophisticated equipment to monitor water levels in pools of spent nuclear fuel, and 3, improve protection of safety equipment installed after the 2001 terrorist attacks and make sure it can handle damage to multiple reactors at the same time, close quote. The NRC continues to work on implementing the remainder of the recommendations developed after Fukushima. If this bill were in place, many rules imposing changes similar to those just imposed by the NRC would be delayed until unemployment drops below some arbitrary number, in this case 6%. Critical safety measures would be blocked until there was a decline in unemployment, despite the fact that such rules have nothing to do with unemployment being high in the first place. Such a policy would be beyond bizarre. Additionally, it's hard to understand how delaying nuclear safety rules until some arbitrary date in the future is in the public interest. People's lives and physical safety are not surprisingly of prime importance, and I doubt they'd be happy to learn there was a nuclear disaster because a high unemployment rate blocked the implementation of safety rules. This amendment would avoid forcing this trade-off by exempting from the bill rules designed to prevent nuclear disasters. If we don't pass this amendment, we at least ought to change the name of the bill to the Nuclear Death and Destruction Act of 2012, because that's what the bill's enactment could result in. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The gentleman's hyperbole notwithstanding, there are a couple of areas in the bill where nuclear regulations relating to nuclear reactors would fall. First of all, under the Section 4 waiver, entitled waiver, there is a provision that allows for regulatory action dealing with imminent threat to health or safety or other emergency. But if the threat is not imminent, then under the congressional waiver section that was added after the subcommittee hearing on this bill, any of the regulations that the gentleman from New York might believe is necessary or could be suggested under Section C, and it specifically allows the President to submit to Congress the reason for significant regulatory action, the scope of the waiver, and Congress can certainly act. So the idea that critical regulation or critical rules could not be adopted is just not true. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Griffin. Are there other members who wish to be heard? The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much for your courtesies. First, it baffles me as I read the underlying premise of this bill. And before I discuss the gentleman's amendment, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if there was a roll call vote on H.R. 3634, but if there was, I'd like unanimous consent to place my vote in the record as aye, and also an aye for the Cohen-Waters amendment under H.R. 3534. I ask unanimous consent to place my vote in the record.
Without objection.
And indicate that this is a desperately needed legislative initiative to help minority businesses and small businesses. Additionally, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to place an aye in the record for the Conyers Amendment under H.R. 4078. I'd like to place, I was detained at a meeting, to place my aye in the record for the Conyers Amendment under H.R. 4078. Ask unanimous consent.
Without objection, so ordered.
As I said, the premise of H.R. 4078 baffles me because it, in essence, stops government in its tracks. And all of us have been working steadfastly to assure that Americans are employed. We have efforts that I believe are successful. Make it in America. We believe it's even a bipartisan effort. Many of us are challenging Apple to make its components in the United States, or at least find a percentage of the production of iPads to be made in the United States. That alone, having sold some 3 million over the last 3 days, I believe, of the new iPad 3, I think, would be very, very helpful. So all of us are supporting increased jobs. But to suggest that the government cannot function and provide its and to implement its regulatory authority seems at best calling for a dysfunctional government. Nuclear reactors are in many parts of the United States. Some communities have come to live comfortably with nuclear reactors and deal with the presence. But certainly I think they would be aghast if the gentleman's amendment was not passed, which suggests that if we were trying to improve on safety standards because of the necessity of the industry, and that we are being blocked by providing safety standards, ones that the industry itself has welcomed after tragic incidents that have occurred in America's lifetime. Everybody begins to talk about safety requirements, but I have not seen the industry balk against improved safety requirements. And the gentleman is trying to suggest that you exclude the simple act of improving the safety of nuclear reactors that are, by and large, in the midst of neighborhoods and communities. So, again, because I'm baffled by the significance of this legislation and the premise of how this improves jobs, I don't even know how we track significant.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to yield for a moment.
Have you reviewed the congressional waiver section of the bill?
I've reviewed it, but if this gentleman wants to recount what he thinks it says.
Well, if you've reviewed it, I won't review it again, but it is Section C. I think that every amendment that's been offered today falls under congressional waiver, and if you have confidence in this president, then the president would certainly submit.
Recapturing my time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentlelady,
I'd be happy to yield in just a moment and ask for additional 1 minute just so that I could yield. But let me just say this. If we're talking about intervention of Congress and the president to be able to do safety standards, then we really are in trouble. This is a regulatory process, and you're asking for congressional action. I'll be happy to yield to the gentleman. And yield to the gentleman from New York and yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
The congressional waiver that the gentleman is referred to in opposition to my amendment, and again just now, says that the president may submit a written request to Congress for a waiver of the application, and then it says, Congress shall give expeditious consideration and take appropriate legislative action with respect to any submission by the president under this subsection. All this says really is that the president can submit and Congress can act on a waiver, which means Congress, by both houses, subject to the Senate filibuster, can act in this as it can act in anything else. It's not an answer. If you've got a safety concern, you don't want the Senate Republican filibusters possibly holding it up.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Ask for an additional 1 minute to yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for an additional minute.
Gentleman from North Carolina, yield to you.
I think Mr. Nadler has made the exact point that I was going to make. In fact, as this debate was going on, we were reading just in today's Hill Magazine newspaper, almost unanimous approval of a Stock Act by the House, almost unanimous approval of a Stock Act by the Senate, and the bill still haven't passed, right? To put the safety of the American people in a dysfunctional situation where Congress has to act to protect their safety is just not a tenable position. To reiterate the point that I made before, heightens the uncertainty that exists out there around the regulatory framework. What we need is a process to make the outcomes of regulations more certain quicker, so that people can know what the rules of the road are. I thank the gentleman. Yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the...
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Are there other members who wish to be recognized? Gentleman from California, Mr. Lundgren.
Mr. Chairman, I would just refer members to the original waivers in the bill, which include B1, which is subject to subsection A applies to determination made by the president, that is a presidential waiver. By executive order, an agency should take the significant regulatory action because such significant regulatory action is, one, necessary because of an imminent threat to health or safety or any other emergency. So if there is, in fact, a concern about the safety of nuclear reactor or reactors, I would think that would be covered in the exception already allowed that does not require concomitant action by the Congress.
The gentleman yield.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So the president makes a determination that there's an imminent threat, and then the next response is, no, it's not imminent. That's really where we are in our politics at this point. So then you've got a big public falderall about whether Mr. Nadler's amendment dealing with nuclear reactors represents an imminent threat or does not. This is a dysfunctional bill, is where you're putting us, because nobody knows what the definition is here, and then you get all this falderall about that, and then it gets kicked over to Congress, and then you're right back into the political.
Would the gentleman yield? The gentleman yield?
No, it's my time.
Oh,
so I'll be
sorry.
happy to take back my time to say this is a different section than the exception that the gentleman referred to earlier that requires congressional action. This is the waiver that's allowed by the president if he finds it necessary because of imminent threat of health or safety or other emergency.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman from California yield?
Sure.
Well, I would point out that for this section, then, let's assume you have the nuclear power plant that we're talking about. An imminent threat presumably would mean when you have earthquake tremblers. In the absence of shocks that suggest an imminent large earthquake, there'd be no imminent threat.
Well, that's the gentleman's interpretation. I don't share that interpretation, even though I do come from a state that has earthquakes, and rather regularly. So I would just point out that the gentleman from Arkansas has expanded his definition beyond those 4 waivers, but those 4 waivers remain, and those waivers are waivers determined by the president. It is in then that 5th area which requires action by the Congress. But in the 4 articulated, that is a determination to be made by the president. And I yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time.
Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to commend the gentleman from New York for raising this whole question about nuclear risk. And the part of it that has provoked me to make a comment is how we deal with the problem of the disposing of the waste of nuclear, which is highly unresolved. I just read recently that Fermi splitting the atom in the 40s still hasn't found a safe repository to put it, or any of the other nuclear waste. And this comes in the face of a increasing drumbeat for the use of nuclear energy, period. And so I would like to put in the record from the New Yorker, ironically, the nuclear risk report of Elizabeth Colbert.
Without objection, the article will be made a part of the record.
Smith.
Mr. Conyers, would you yield?
Yes, of course.
Let me go back to the just for a second to the point that Mr. Lundgren and I were debating here. Either this bill is meaningless, or it's not. And if you just read the exception here, that the president can waive this anything that's necessary because of an imminent threat to health or safety or other emergency. Okay, so if you read this the way Mr. Lundgren is saying, the president can determine what an imminent threat to health or safety is, or other emergency, in which case the bill has no meaning anyway, because I would take it that the president would determine that all of the regulations under Dodd-Frank would be necessary because to avert an other emergency of the kind that we had and have already experienced. Now, then you come back and you'll have a debate about that in the political context, but it basically renders the effect of this bill as a meaningless bill if you are reading it the way you would suggest that it be read, because then you're saying the president has the authority to make these determinations. It's not reviewable. So the bill is meaningless from that context. If you read it in a way that that makes sense, right? Then you basically have gotten to a point where you've stopped anything from happening, because then you've got to go through all of these review processes. This is well, I don't want to demean anybody, but this is just a non-functional bill. I guess is the point I'm making. It's Mr. Conyers' time. I'll yield back to Mr. Conyers.
Thank you. Could I ask my good friend Tim Griffin, the author of the bill, what was it that provoked you to put the 6% unemployment figure into your legislation, sir?
That was the result of discussions with a number of other members, and obviously, I actually wanted it at 6. I want it a little higher. I want it lower because I wanted to make sure that the economy demonstrated it was back on its feet. You know, all of this really originated at the Clinton Library in Little Rock. I had a
well,
job.
you Arkansans, you know, always come up with these kinds of ideas.
Thank you.
Democratic and Republican.
I yield back to my friend.
Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be offensive. Okay. Now, let me get back to the point that makes me think that this is an important amendment, is the disposal of nuclear waste, which could be military or for non-military purposes. And what I am saying to you, that in the half century since
the gentleman's time has expired, and without objection, the gentleman will be recognized for an additional minute.
Well, thank you. In the half century since nuclear power has been used, we have to go back and carefully with Democratic and Republican members from Arkansas and outside, the examination of the partial meltdown at 3 Mile Island outside Harrisburg, the Chernobyl disaster in 1986, and the fact that there is now a proposal calling for a $36 billion guarantee for new reactors. Members of the committee, we don't have anywhere, we haven't figured out a safe way to deal with the waste of nuclear. And it's because of that this becomes an exceedingly important amendment. And I hope that the author receives some bipartisan support for this amendment. And I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The question is on the Nadler amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Opinion of the chair is then those have it. The clerk will call the roll.
Oh, come on, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Coble votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes no. Mr. King? Mr. King votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Gentleman from Wisconsin?
Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no.
Gentleman from Iowa? The gentleman from California, Mr. Gallagly?
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomert?
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Gowdy?
Mr. Gowdy votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 13 members voted aye, 17 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Let me say to members that my intention is to work through the noon hour and continue this markup, but members on both sides will find that we were providing lunch for them in their respective conference rooms in case they want to get a bite. We will proceed. Are there other amendments?
Chairman,
The gentleman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized.
I have an amendment at the desk, and the amendment number is 25. On the roster, it is number 5.
Okay. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment to the Griffin Amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee, page 1, line 18, insert after rule or guidance the following, other than a rule or guidance issued by the Secretary of Homeland Security.
Gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank the gentleman. I need not remind my colleagues of the horrific day of 9/11 and the first initial organizing of the Select Committee on Homeland Security, which then devised the Homeland Security Department. And since that time, many of us who served duly on the Judiciary Committee and the Homeland Security Committee recognize the rising and falling of the attempt to secure the homeland. We have been fortunate not to have an attack on our soil, but we have had many attempts. It is well known that aviation and transportation modes from mass transit to aviation are serious, viable sites and targets for those interested in terrorist acts. I believe the urgency of securing the homeland requires that there be a significant reflection that the significant regulatory action exclude a rule or guidance issued by the Secretary of Homeland Security. I would make the argument that that could be assumed that it would not be frivolous, and would not be unnecessary. According to a study conducted by the Economic Policy Institute, public protection regulations do not tend to significantly impede job creation. But more importantly, we're well aware of the devastating effect that the 9/11 incident had on the economy of this nation. How long it took for New York to recover, how long it took for the aviation industry to recover, so much so that that was probably the first and most effective, or one of the most effective bailouts, and that was to help the airline industry after 9/11. People simply were afraid to fly. And so I believe that it is important, because of the convoluted process in this legislation of requiring either congressional intervention or requiring presidential intervention, that to protect the homeland, it is crucial that we provide an exclusion to the significant regulatory action to exclude any rule or guidance issued by the Secretary of Homeland Security. There are constant threats. In addition to aviation and mass transit, we're well aware of the vulnerabilities of cybersecurity. We're well aware to the vulnerabilities of the nation's electric grid, and to act immediate and forceful, regulations may have to be put in place. We're also aware of the need of first responders to have a regulatory scheme that they can rely upon. Border security is a constant angst for many, not only in the Congress, but also those who live on the border. And the regulatory structure of providing additional support to those who are confronting these issues on the northern and southern border is crucial. I can't imagine that we would be obstructed by legislation that could not see the value of excluding issuance from the Secretary of Homeland Security or rule under significant regulatory action, and I ask my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson-Lee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also can't imagine how we would obstruct such rules, and that's why we have the presidential waiver, subsection 3, that allows for the president to continue regulating and issuing significant regulatory action that's necessary for the national security of the United States. This amendment is unnecessary, and I oppose it.
The gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members who wish to be heard on the amendment? The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think if we're going to rely on this exception that is briefly quoted, the presidential waiver, Tim Griffin knows, is subject to congressional review or judicial review. If it's subject to judicial review, then we're back in the same problem that we always have had. And by the way, Mr. Author of the bill from Arkansas, when you told me that you had a 6%, is he here?
Yes, he is.
Eating.
Well, I'll defer this, the rest of this
The gentleman yield.
comment until he gets back. And I yield to the gentlelady from Texas.
Well, I'd just like to thank the gentleman for bringing up the judicial review, because that then adds another measure of intervention on a security issue and the need of the American people to be secured. And that last point that I'd make in separating the congressional process from the presidential process, the president may have instructed or may have, because of the nature of the crisis or need for a regulatory response by Homeland Security, be in fact wishing and encouraging that this move quickly, because we have an issue of cybersecurity or port security or border security, or the need for additional resources, not resources, but regulatory structure for protecting the American people. So
Yeah.
I would make an argument that this is prime for being excluded under this legislation. I yield back to the gentleman.
The amendment that we're considering is designed to highlight real-world consequences. The Department of Homeland Security can't wait for a judicial support of a presidential exception. Effective rulemaking is critical, members, for the Department of Homeland Security to protect the country from any acts of terrorism, to help communities recover from natural disasters, and this 6% unemployment would jeopardize the whole purpose of having a Department of Homeland Security. And now I'll turn to the distinguished gentleman from Arkansas to ask him about, to just elaborate briefly on the answer he gave me earlier about how he got to 6%. He talked with other members. Well, that's wonderful. I talked with other members too. But the question is, were these members particularly expert about what the unemployment number percentage should be in your bill? And by the way, did you talk to one economist, Tim, in the course of your putting this bill together? And I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. My number one focus in drafting this bill has been, if you give me a few minutes, I'll tell you all about it, of the job creators in my district. We had a jobs conference where I invited big job creators like Caterpillar and very, very small job creators. And we had about 5 panels. It was an 8-hour conference at the Clinton Library. We had folks from all different political persuasions. And the theme that emerged from a day of having these people talk was that we needed to do something with overly burdensome regulations. That was part of the genesis of this.
But they never mentioned 6%.
Well, 6% is a vast improvement over what we see under this president now, and I think we can all agree upon that. So if you wanted it to be 7%, I would certainly be happy to meet with you about that, but I think it'll probably be too late. There were a variety of opinions on what the number ought to be, and we settled on 6%.
Tim, is there anything in writing about the nature of these discussions that would make me feel more comfortable in my sleep at night?
I'm sure I can get you all sorts of things, but yeah, I've already cited to the Economist, and I don't take it you put a lot of stock in some of the sources that we cite, so I doubt you would sleep any better than you currently do.
Well, on that note, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the amendment, and maybe somebody can help me on this. The bill on page 3, section 3, says no agency may take any significant regulatory action as long as the unemployment rate is over 6%, but it defines significant regulatory action on page 3, line 5 as anything that might raise novel legal or policy issues. Can somebody help me with what that means? If a regulation raises novel legal or policy issues, not just those that have $100 million or more in expenses, because page 3, line 4 says or. So if you raise novel legal or policy issues, no agency in the federal government can issue any regulation that raises novel.
Will the gentleman yield?
Legal, or as long as the rate is over 6%. Yeah.
Yeah. Not to cite the Clintons again, but that is directly taken. That's taken directly from a Clinton era executive order, 12866, and it's all well defined there. President Clinton, in that executive order, defined what a significant regulation is, and that's where that comes from. Be happy to discuss it in more detail.
Reclaiming our time, but that's an executive order that can be changed by another executive order. All of this is statutory, subject to judicial review as to whether or not a regulatory action has, I guess novel applies to policy too, right? Just novel legal or novel policy. It's just not any policy. I guess
Yes,
whatever novel means. But it is one thing to put an executive order that you can change. It's another thing to put it in statute, subject to judicial review. That if somebody thinks that it has policy implications, they're in the court gumming up the works. You can't do any kind of regulations to implement legislation.
You know, I'd be happy to look into it for you, but I would just tell you that executive orders are also subject to interpretation, not just statutory language. And
Yeah, but you can change them overnight. You don't have to wait for the House and the Senate to get a conference committee.
I certainly understand that, but I don't think that takes away from the validity of the language, the fact that it takes a little longer. I mean, we pass thousands of pages of language out of, I mean, that's what we do here. So I hear you, but I hear you.
Well, reclaiming my time, I would if you're going to subject everything that may have novel legal or policy issues, I would hope we'd support the amendment so that you'd at least exempt the Homeland Security Department.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. The question is on the Jackson-Lee Amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Roll call.
Amendment's not agreed to.
Roll call.
Roll call vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Sensenbrenner votes no. Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes no. Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes no. Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers?
Aye.
Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Ms. Waters?
Yes. Waters? Aye.
Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Mr. Chairman?
The gentleman from North Carolina,
Aye.
gentleman from New York,
Aye.
gentleman from Arizona,
Mr. Frank
gentleman
votes
from
no.
California,
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
gentleman from North Carolina,
Mr. Coble votes no.
The gentleman from Texas? The gentleman from Iowa?
Mr. King votes no.
And clerk will report.
Where's this one? Where's this one? 3.
Mr. Chairman, 12 members voted aye, 15 members voted nay.
The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman,
The gentlewoman from Texas?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Number 3.
Amendment to the Griffin Amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. Page 1, line 18, insert after rule or guidance the following. Other than a rule or guidance made under the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized to explain her amendment.
This is a simple adherence to, I think, our duty to provide protection to the American people through consumer protection, and certainly everyone will concede the fact that no matter what your political preference has been, you have been damaged by the inappropriate behavior of many who have been unregulated in our financial industry. Dodd-Frank worked very hard to correct that. This legislation, again, puts in jeopardy, for example, the coal mining industry, where, for example, the massive coal mine explosion in West Virginia, which took the lives of 29 miners. In fact, next month will mark the 1-year anniversary of that explosion. In my own industry that I represent, the Deepwater Horizon explosion on April 20th, needing more regulatory processing, and even the industry recognized that by developing a committee to deal with best practices. The Dodd-Frank reforms that were intended to, again, address what has been one of the greater recessions by way of the fact of inappropriate behavior. And so I believe that the protection of the consumers here in this nation are important, and I believe consumer protection cannot be, again, stifled by judicial review, which takes a long period of time, presidential intervention that will be caught up in a maze of, if you will, conflicting political perspectives in the Congress, and then, of course, the Congress, which we've so noted, as much respect as we have for the institution, has been very difficult in passing legislation in a timely fashion. We need to ensure that consumers are protected swiftly, correctly, and appropriately and promptly, and this legislation stifles that. And I respect the gentleman from Arkansas, great state. It's a neighbor to Texas, and the Clinton Library is exacting in its recounting of history and its beauty, and I respect the opportunity to hold a meeting in the Clinton Library on this issue, and we are all sensitive to providing an ease of our small businesses. I just don't think that this generates, if you will, the right answer to protecting small businesses while taking away the protections for our consumers who need a swifter response than the process of which has been articulated in this legislation. I ask my colleagues to support the amendment. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson Lee. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose this amendment. If there are particular regulations that the President wants to see issued in this area, then he certainly can submit that to Congress. But I believe that, as well-intentioned as it may be, I believe the Dodd-Frank law has been a disaster. In fact, I know it has for community banks who were not part of the problem. The problem was Fannie and Freddie in large part, and they weren't regulated or governed by or changed by, reformed by Dodd-Frank. The community banks who were not part of the problem, and upon which the communities in Arkansas rely heavily, have been crushed by the Dodd-Frank law. In fact, I had conversations with a number of community bankers last week when I was in the district, and I believe that the Dodd-Frank law has reduced access to credit in communities all over Arkansas, has increased compliance cost, and has just been a general nightmare for a lot of the banks who were following the rules in the first place. So In any event, I oppose this amendment.
The gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
The ayes, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes no. Mr. King? Mr. King votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers?
Aye.
Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Aye. Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr.
Gentleman
Gowdy votes no.
from Wisconsin.
Sensenbrenner votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Shabbat no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman from Texas.
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye.
Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 11 members voted aye, 14 members voted nay.
The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments? If not, the question is on the manager's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes aye. Mr. King? Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz, Mr. Griffin. Mr. Griffin votes aye. Mr. Marino, Mr. Gowdy, Mr. Ross, Ms. Adams. Ms. Adams votes aye. Mr. Quayle. Mr. Quayle votes aye. Mr. Amade. Mr. Amade votes aye. Mr. Conyers.
No.
Mr. Conyers votes no. Mr. Berman. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Watt. Ms. Lofgren. Ms. Jackson Lee. Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Ms. Waters. Ms. Waters votes no.
You want to?
Mr. Cohen.
Okay.
Mr. Johnson. Mr. Pierluisi. Mr. Pierluisi votes no. Mr. Quigley. Ms. Chu. Ms. Chu votes no. Mr. Deutsch. Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Sanchez. Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Polis. Mr. Polis votes no.
Gentleman from California. The other gentleman from
Aye.
California.
Gallagly votes aye.
A gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Coble votes aye.
A gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Shabbat votes aye.
A gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Watt.
How is the gentleman from North Carolina recorded?
Not recorded, sir. Mr. Watt votes no.
A gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Ms. Lofgren votes no.
The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, has voted? Okay. Gentleman from Texas?
Mr. Gomert votes yes.
The gentleman from North Carolina? I think he's voted.
Mr. Coble is recorded as aye.
Okay. Gentleman, okay. Okay, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 13 members voted aye, 12 members voted nay.
Majority having voted in favor of the manager's amendment, the manager's amendment is agreed to. The reporting quorum being present, the question is now on reporting the bill as amended favorably to the House. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
Aye.
Mr. Smith votes aye. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Coble votes aye. Mr. Gallagly? Aye. Mr. Gallagly votes aye. Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Aye. Mr. Lundgren votes aye.
Okay.
Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Shabbat votes aye. Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. Forbes votes aye. Mr. King? Mr. King votes aye. Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes aye. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Gomert votes aye. Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes aye. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes aye.
Okay.
Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes aye. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes aye. Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes no. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes no. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes no. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes no. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes no. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes no. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes no.
Gentleman from South Carolina.
Mr. Gowdy votes yes.
Let me say to members, I know a number of Judiciary Committee members are at other committee meetings, hearings, and markups, so I'd like to hold the vote open for just a couple of minutes in case they want to be recorded. The gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Coble is recorded as aye.
The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ross.
Mr. Ross votes aye.
Mr. Chairman,
Gentleman from Virginia.
is it the policy to allow people who are not recorded to record after the fact if it doesn't change the outcome of the...
And that's a parliamentary question, and we will try to find an answer for the they can ask to be referenced as to how they would have voted, but they can't actually be recorded as having voted.
Even with unanimous consent?
Yes, what?
Yes, even with unanimous consent.
They could be recorded.
No,
okay.
they cannot.
Yes and no. In other words, just because one would get unanimous consent does not mean that they could be recorded. Apparently, it's a House rule. Did someone else, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Quigley?
Mr. Quigley votes no.
Okay, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 15 members voted aye, 13 members voted nay.
Excuse me, how was I recorded?
Ms. Jackson Lee is recorded as voting no.
The ayes have it, and the bill as amended is ordered reported favorably. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating amendments adopted. Staff is authorized to make technical conforming changes. Members will have 2 days to submit views. We'll now move on to the last bill that we will consider today, and that is pursuant to notice. I now call up H.R. 3862 for purposes of markup. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 3862, to impose certain limitations on consent decrees.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. I'll begin by recognizing myself and then the ranking member for opening statements. First of all, I want to thank Mr. Quayle, a member of this committee, for his introduction of this bill, and Mr. Coble and his subcommittee for their prompt and careful consideration of it. America's small businesses and job creators need relief from the flood of new regulations and red tape made in Washington. Small business owners cite government regulations as the single most important problem they face today. Americans now work an estimated 77 days per year just to cover the cost of the federal regulatory burden. The Obama administration's response is not to put the brakes on new regulations, but to step on the accelerator. In just 3 years, it has imposed 106 new major regulations on the private sector. These regulations cost $46 billion annually and impose almost $11 billion in initial implementation cost. That is 4 times the number of major regulations the Bush administration imposed in a similar period. at more than 5 times the cost. It is the opposite of what America needs to recover from its economic distress. A heavy contributor to the burden of new regulation is the use of consent decrees and settlement agreements to force federal agencies to issue new rules. Regulators often cooperate with pro-regulatory organizations to advance their mutual agendas in this way. The scheme agencies use is simple. An organization that wants new regulations alleges that an agency has violated a duty to declare new rules. The agency and the plaintiff work out a deal under the cover of litigation. The deal puts the agency under judicially backed deadlines to issue the rules. These deadlines often give the public little opportunity to comment on proposed rules. Deals can even require agencies to propose specific regulatory language negotiated by the agency and its regulation-friendly plaintiff. Those to be regulated typically do not know about these deals until the plaintiff's complaints and their proposed decrees or settlements are filed in court. By then, it's too late. Regulated businesses and individuals are unlikely to be able to intervene in the litigation. The court usually approves the deals before regulated parties have an opportunity to affect whether new regulatory costs will be imposed on them. The Obama administration has entered into numerous consent decrees and settlement agreements like this. Examples include a consent decree that requires new performance standards for greenhouse gas emissions under the Clean Air Act. They also include settlement agreements that require the Fish and Wildlife Service to take actions involving hundreds of species under the Endangered Species Act. Deadlines set in these and other decrees and settlements may be used to bind the hands of future administrations. The Sunshine for Regulatory Consent Decrees and Settlements Act of 2012 puts an end to the abuse of this practice. It assures that those to be regulated have a fair opportunity to participate in the resolution of litigation that affects them. It ensures that courts have all the information they need before they approve proposed decrees and settlements, and it provides needed transparency on the ways agencies conduct their business. Also, the bill respects the basic rights of plaintiffs and defendants to manage litigation between them. As a result, the bill offers an effective and balanced remedy. I'll yield back the balance of my time and recognize the gentleman from Michigan, the ranking member of the full committee, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Smith. H.R. 3862 would do something I've never heard of before by excluding, would make it almost impossible for us to have any agreements or protections that have come out of differences between the government by so-called shining sunshine on regulatory decrees and settlements. And I have to ask the committee, do we really want to do this, and do we understand the significance of what it is that we're doing? This would mean that federal civil rights laws, environmental laws designed to protect citizens, victims of voter intimidation, police abuse, toxic pollution, racial discrimination, any of these consent decrees and settlements are generally used to settle public law by reducing time-consuming legislation, would now allow nearly anybody to intervene to make these matters public. Now, why on earth would we want to challenge these kinds of agreements and make it, well, I guess that's the object of H.R. 3862, to make it more difficult to enter into these kinds of agreements and to generally discourage their use. Now, I just hope my colleagues will think carefully about this, because this is another way of keeping regulations from being implemented. And I guess that's the purpose of it. And so I have an amendment that would exclude from this bill any consent decree or settlement that is intended to protect the privacy of citizens. And so when you think about the incredible number of amount of information that's gathered on people, that shining a light on these agreements that are supposed to expedite things would be a terrible, terrible result. And so I hope that we will move very carefully on this matter. And I should let you know that I would like to put the statements of the National Resource Defense Council into the record, the American Civil Liberties Union comments against this bill into the record, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People into the record, the Sierra Club statement into the record, and Earth Justice, all of whom strenuously oppose the bill. Now,
without objection, those letters will be made a part of the record.
All right, and these consent decrees and lawsuits are usually seeking some sort of action to ensure that the agency meets its statutory violations. So it's not clear to me at all why we need to do what we're doing, including codifying the Justice Department guidelines issued by former Attorney General Edwin Meese nearly 30 years ago. Why do we need to codify them? And I hope that this discussion will come up. Finally, the bill will discourage the use of consent decrees and settlements, which will therefore result in increased expenditure of American tax dollars because of the protracted litigation that is certain to result. For example, a consent decree resolving a dispute under the Clean Air Act, in light of the fact that the bill would allow any private party whose rights are affected by such a decree to intervene, this could stifle the Clean Air Act in its entirety. Now, this is beyond being a liberal or conservative position or a Republican or a Democratic position. I think that we have a constitutional question here that leads me to urge us to move very carefully on a bill that would have such a chilling effect on the centuries-old use of consent decrees and settlement agreements in our governmental system. So I thank the gentleman for his time, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Conyers. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Coble, the chairman of the Court's Commercial and Administrative Law Subcommittee, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I yield my time to the distinguished gentleman from Arizona, the sponsor of the bill.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank the chairman for his leadership on regulatory reform issues and for including the Sunshine for Regulatory Decrees and Settlements Act in the markup today. We are all familiar with the Boiler Act and Cement Act, rules the EPA released within this last year. Here in the House, we voted on legislation on the floor that provides businesses relief from these regulations and requires the reproposal of new and less harmful rules. However, what many people may not be aware of is that these rules resulted from sue and settlement agreements. H.R. 3862 is an important bill that will provide transparency and necessary modifications to sue and settlement agreements entered into by the Justice Department. These settlements are often made behind closed doors and are the result of activist pro-regulatory parties suing the federal government when an agency misses a statutory deadline. The result can have tremendous economic impacts affecting states, tribes, businesses, and families, and can also be contrary to statutory intent. Environmental groups have effectively and craftily used sue and settle litigation to advance their agenda, paid for by taxpayers using either funds from the Equal Access to Justice Act or using funds from the Judgment Fund. In a subcommittee hearing early last month, witnesses testified about the abuse of these agreements in prescribing the terms of rules by pro-regulatory parties, conspiring in secret with agencies prior to formally initiating litigation, and then proposing a settlement agreement and filing suit concurrently. This closed-door process can effectively make public participation meaningless from regulatory process statutes, resulting in dramatically costly consequences to American families and businesses. In my home state of Arizona, the EPA entered into a proposed consent decree with 9 environmental groups, including the Sierra Club and the Environmental Defense Fund, regarding the emission control technology at the Navajo generating station. The effect of this agreement could mean either the cost of $1.1 billion to the Navajo generating station and a 20% increase in energy costs to all Arizonans, or the loss of hundreds of jobs and economic devastation to the Navajo Nation and Hopi tribe. At a time of record high unemployment, losing jobs or increasing energy costs for aesthetics is unfathomable. In the past decade, the number of major regulations which have economic impact over $100 million annually has increased 137%, and the current administration has imposed over $46 billion in new regulatory costs. The President's administration recently released its 2011 information collection budget, which reported that U.S. businesses spent over 8.8 billion hours complying with federal paperwork requirements. To put this into perspective, this is equal to 1 million years of filling out government paperwork. Regulations have costly and job-killing implications, and it is important that the rulemaking process is not written behind closed doors by activist groups and regulatory agencies. H.R. 3862 includes necessary transparency provisions and allows for public input when the Department of Justice enters into a settlement agreement. This is increasingly necessary as more statutory deadlines slip due to the large number of rulemakings that were mandated during the previous Congress, and the abuse of sue and settlement agreements is expected to increase. H.R. 3862 does not eliminate the DOJ's ability to enter into settlement agreements and consent decrees. Rather, it provides important reforms that will provide transparency and ensures the opportunity for public participation. A number of organizations support this legislation, and I ask unanimous consent that a letter from the U.S. Chamber and those organizations dated March 19, 2012 be included in the record.
Without objection.
Once again, I want to thank the chairman for including this bill in the markup today, and I yield back the balance of my time.
I reclaim and yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Coble. Thank you, Mr. Quayle. The gentleman from Arizona is now recognized for the purposes of offering a manager's amendment.
I have an amendment at the desk.
And the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3862 offered by Mr. Quayle of Arizona. Strike all that follows after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read and will be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his manager's amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment in the nature of a substitute implements changes that greatly improve the bill. The amendment requires courts to consider the impacts to states and tribes. As I mentioned earlier, a recent proposed consent decree was entered into that could greatly impact my home state of Arizona and 2 of the tribes in the northeast corner of the state. It only makes sense that considerations regarding states and tribes are made before the DOJ enters into a settlement agreement. In addition, the amendment enhances public participation by requiring agencies to publish notices of hearings in the Federal Register so that the public may comment, and ensures that the public will have at least 60 days to comment on any proposed settlement agreement or consent decree. The underlying bill provides transparency, and these changes help to achieve that goal. In addition, in an effort to try to curb the abuse of artfully using settlement agreements and consent decrees to achieve politically motivated agendas, this amendment ensures that statutory intent is maintained by requiring agencies to include the statutory basis in the settlement agreement or consent decree. Lastly, the amendment makes clarifications that courts are not limited when managing settlement discussions. This change is important so that we do not hamstring the courts during this process. Mr. Chairman, these changes enhance the bill, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment in the nature of a substitute, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized to offer his amendment. The clerk will report.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Mr. Conyers. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert except as provided in subsection D the provisions. Page 8, insert after line 21.
Without objection, the amendment to the amendment is considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman Lundgren. Ladies and gentlemen, my amendment would exclude from this bill, the Sunshine Act, any consent decree or settlement agreement that is intended to protect the privacy of American citizens. With increasing opportunities for the dissemination of sensitive private information of citizens, I view this whole idea of letting everybody in on decrees and settlements to be contrary to the rights of privacy of American citizens. And I am very interested in what makes this bill so important now, except to slow down the regulatory process. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Quayle, the author of the bill, this question, sir. You said that there were others that support your bill, and I'd like to find out if you can identify who the others are. I named about 4 or 5 organizations that oppose the bill. You named the Chamber of Commerce. Are there any others that support the bill besides the Chamber? And I yield to the gentleman.
Yes, there are a large number of people and organizations. We have the.
About how
I'll start
many?
alphabetically.
Well, just give me the number.
This looks to be about 60 or so groups, give or take.
Okay. Could you make that a part of the record as well?
Yes, it's within the letter that I put in the record.
All right. I thank the gentleman. That destroys my hope that it was only the Chamber of Commerce that was supporting this measure. I'm very dismayed, and I will not raise this issue again with you. But ladies and gentlemen, to maintain this kind of public notice against private citizens, I think is very disturbing. I hope others are too. Take Social Security numbers alone, the availability of other identifiable information through technological advances. Where's our sense of privacy? I mean, what right is it for anybody to be able to intervene in these cases, into these decrees, into these consent agreements? And so I think this provision is a very dangerous one, and therefore my amendment to, and this is all it would do, exclude from the bill any consent decree or settlement that is intended to protect the privacy of our citizens. And if anybody would like to complain about that, I would be willing to yield to them briefly at this time. If not, I turn back my time, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman's time is returned, and the gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And although I do believe that the ranking member's intention is it's very well-meaning, the problem is that this bill is strictly to provide transparency, public participation, and judicial review to consent decrees and sue and settlement agreements. I think that it is important that we do have the participation of those that will be regulated by these consent decrees and these sue and settlement agreements so that we can have differing points of views on which way the regulation should go. I think that the process that the regulatory framework that is in place to allow for public comment, to get that through the process so that we can have the best regulations on the books rather than something that is overly broad, overly burdensome, that doesn't have the input of those who actually are the stakeholders in these sectors. I think that that is important. And just to let everybody know is that this bill does not get rid or forbid sue and settlement agreements or consent decrees. It merely provides for the transparency and the public participation for those that will be regulated by these rules. And so I think that I oppose this amendment. I think that this should be applied to all consent decrees and sue and settlement agreements without any caveats, without any carve-outs, because all this does is to provide transparency, and I think that that's good for the American people. And I yield back.
You got me, Quayle.
The gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on this amendment? Any member seek recognition? If not, the question is on the amendment to the amendment. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chairs, the audible noes have it. Does the gentleman ask for a recorded vote?
By all means.
A recorded vote is asked for. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
You're worse than the chairman.
Mr. Sensenbrenner?
I'm very
Mr.
polite.
Coble?
You're worse.
Mr. Gallagly?
than a former attorney
Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren?
No.
Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? No. Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers?
Aye.
Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Aye. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
I'll vote no.
Mr. Smith votes
And
no.
the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Lofgren.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye.
And the gentleman from California,
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
gentleman from North Carolina,
Mr. Coble votes no.
gentleman from South Carolina,
Mr. Gowdy votes no.
gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
gentleman from Texas,
Mr. Gomert votes no.
gentleman from Iowa,
Mr. King votes no.
gentleman from Virginia,
Mr. Forbes votes no.
the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 12 members.
The clerk will suspend the gentleman from Utah.
Mr. Chaffetz votes no.
Are there other members who wish to be recorded? The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 12 members voted aye, 16 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? The gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Mr. Nadler. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert except as provided in subsection D provisions. Page 8, insert after line 21 the following. D, exception. The provisions of this act shall not apply in the case of consent decree or settlement agreement pertaining to nuclear reactor safety.
The gentleman from New York is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under the guise of transparency and fairness, this bill has been brought up today. Its real purpose is to make it harder for the federal government to settle cases and enter consent decrees. My amendment would exempt settlements and consent decrees regarding nuclear power from the onerous new requirements the bill would impose. I'm mystified by the majority's decision to call up this particular bill for markup. With all of the tremendous economic challenges facing our country, the Judiciary Committee is marking up something which represents a solution in search of a problem. The alleged problem the bill seeks to address is a vast conspiracy in which private parties sue the government, and the government happily either settles or enters into a consent decree, supposedly allowing it to impose obligations or rules beyond what it could otherwise do. I'd like to think of myself as part of the left wing, and since I'm not aware of any such conspiracy, the other members of the left either didn't tell me, which would be disappointing, or no such conspiracy exists at all. There's no evidence of such a conspiracy, and outside of maybe a few anecdotes, no evidence of any problem. Once again, we are legislating based on ideology and anecdote alone. It is not clear why current rules and practices are not adequate to address any problems. Specifically, there is nothing to stop injured parties from challenging agency actions resulting from settlement agreements or consent decrees. To solve this non-existent problem, the bill before us adds numerous procedural requirements before a settlement or consent decree can be entered into. The effect of these requirements will be to decrease the likelihood of settlements and make any settlements or consent decrees more difficult to enter into, and of course to increase the likelihood of protracted litigation, which the majority should love. Both consequences will increase litigation costs, which is a surprising result for a bill from a majority party that supposedly wants to reduce government spending. Most troubling, the bill would create a special and more permissive rule for parties to involve themselves in a case between a third party and the government. It would make it easier for, quote, any party that would be affected by the agency action in question, unquote, to intervene in a lawsuit. Once such a party is allowed to intervene, the court would have to involve that intervener in its settlement discussions, too. To again highlight the dangers of this approach, I'd like to focus on nuclear power. As I mentioned earlier today, Americans rightfully are wary of nuclear power and want to make sure rules are in place to keep it at least somewhat safe. The need for strict safety rules is all the more apparent after the disaster we saw in Japan last year. If the NRC is failing to take actions required by a law passed by Congress, it is certainly possible, and I would hope likely, that some affected person or group would take it to court to see that the law is faithfully executed. Such laws could be ones which would require new rules on safety or security, for example. At some point, the parties may want to settle or enter into a consent decree. Presumably, such a settlement or consent decree would move the NRC more into compliance with the congressionally mandated safety and security requirements and would negate the necessity for protracted litigation. This bill would make agreeing to such a settlement or entering into a consent decree that much harder. The additional procedural requirements would cause delays, possibly jeopardizing safety and certainly costing money. Most frightening, the liberalized intervenor rule would make it easier for anyone adversely affected by the rule, which could be a nuclear power plant, the entire nuclear power industry, or even an individual libertarian who might want to protest possibly higher electricity rates to involve themselves in the case. These intervenors would do their best to ruin, block, or delay any settlement, including during what should be private negotiations. This would put everyone's safety at risk. The risk is unnecessary, of course, because, as I said previously, anyone who is really adversely affected already can sue the agency after it acts if they have a colorable claim. The amendment is very simple. Like the ones I have offered before, it would just exempt nuclear power issues from the requirements of this bill. Failure to support this amendment says that you want the nuclear power industry to have greater power to thwart actions designed to increase safety and security for nuclear power plants. That does not sound like a common sense position to me. I urge all members to support the amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Nadler. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I oppose this amendment. Being from Phoenix, we have the largest nuclear power plant just outside my district. I see it every day when I drive down I-10 to the west, and I know the importance of having safety compliance within the nuclear regulatory agencies. But this bill does not in any way eliminate the ability for the DOJ to enter into sue and settlement agreements or get consent decrees. What it does do is that it allows those that will be regulated and will be affected by these different agreements to have a seat at the table, to be able to get their thoughts out there, to make sure that we're not going to have overly onerous regulations, and actually make sure that the stakeholders have a voice. I think that opening up this process, making sure that there is some transparency, rather than the effect that currently happens is when you have an agreement that is agreed to behind closed doors and the agreement is put down the same day that the complaint is filed. And so the vast majority of people who would be affected by this don't even know about the agreement or the complaint because they haven't been filed the complaint, and this is both filed on the same day. This bill does not stop anybody from entering into settlement agreements, sue and settlement agreements, doesn't forbid any consent decrees. What it does is opens up the process, gets people involved, and makes sure that there's actual transparency and letting people be a part of the process, which is what the regulatory process is supposed to be with the public comment. But this is going to make sure that that actually stays in place, and I think that that's the right thing to do.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
Do you think that this would delay the process of consent decrees and settlements?
I believe that what it does is it actually gets more people involved in the process.
I know that. That's why I asked the question. And now that we get more people involved in the process, would that delay the process?
Well, it will make the process more efficient going forward because you're actually getting more stakeholders involved. And I believe that you'll see better support for the regulation, better compliance with the regulation. So you won't see filings of claims by people who are affected by these regulations and these sue and settlement agreements because they would have had a seat at the table. So you're actually reducing the costs because you will be reducing the chances of actually having further litigation going down the road because you actually will have a process in place that allows stakeholders who are going to be affected by this regulation and these sue and settlement agreements to have a voice, to make sure that it is the proper type of regulation to go forward rather than something behind closed doors. And that is why I don't think we should have any carve-outs for different industries because this is the best way to go forward to address a problem that is really affecting American businesses, and I think it's the right thing to do.
So the gentleman...
Yeah, I'll yield one more.
The gentleman then believes that by allowing other parties to come in, that would reduce costs, not increase costs.
Over the course of yes, actually over the course, because you won't have people actually coming back and trying to sue going forward after the sue and settlement agreement is actually put into place. And I do believe that when you open up the process and get more voices in there, that is a good thing rather than just having something that's been drafted behind closed doors and slammed down at the same time that the complaint is filed.
I thank the
think
gentleman.
that is that's the right way to go.
Could I ask you this final question, sir? Why is it that this proposal, to my knowledge, has never been introduced before, even when your father was a member of this body?
Well, that's because we actually had an administration that abided by the Meese memo, which was actually taken up by the Clinton administration as well. Unfortunately, the current administration is not abiding by the Meese memo and is really abusing sue and settlement agreements in that process in order to further their pro-regulatory environment.
Well, that's a serious finding against the administration. Could you help us satisfy my credibility about that by sometimes after the hearing send me something about it?
Yeah, we had a very interesting hearing on this, and we had a number of stakeholders and people involved in the process, and the people were calling that this administration is using sue and settlement agreements and consent decrees as an off-ramp to the normal regulatory process, which is basically taking it from a very transparent process to a very closed doors process. And that will, we can send you the transcripts from that.
Well, my staff just whispered to me that there were accusations made at the hearing, but there was very little evidence. And I don't know if that's accurate or not.
I was at the hearing. I believe there was valid points and valid evidence that was made by our witnesses, and they provided very good background of how this process was being abused right now, and how that the Meese memo, when it was in place at the Department of Justice, that it actually served as guideposts, which are now no longer being adhered to.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. The vote occurs on the Nadler Amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And the gentleman request, I should have called it that to begin with. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallegly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Chaffetz votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Gowdy votes no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
And gentleman from Ohio,
No. Mr. Jordan votes no.
gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Forbes,
Mr. Forbes votes no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
gentleman from North Carolina,
Mr. Coble votes no.
gentleman from California,
Mr. Lundgren votes no.
gentleman from Iowa,
Mr. King votes no.
gentleman from Ohio,
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler,
Mr. Nadler votes aye.
and gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Okay, the clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 13 members voted aye, 18 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? The gentlewoman from California, Ms. Waters, is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Ms. Waters of California. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert the following. Except as provided in subsection D, the provisions. Page 8, insert after line 21 the following. D, exception. The provisions of this
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentlewoman is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would exclude from H.R. 3862 a consent decree or settlement agreement to reduce illness, chronic disease, death from exposure to toxic substances or hazardous waste in communities that are protected by Executive Order 12898. That is federal actions to address environmental justice in minority populations and low-income populations. Today, low-income neighborhoods face disproportionately higher levels of air and water pollution, exposure to toxic waste and other health hazards because federal environmental laws are not always fairly implemented or enforced. Numerous governmental, academic, and non-governmental organizations have documented this problem over the last 3 decades. Minority and low-income neighborhoods are more likely than more affluent communities to have environmental health hazards in their vicinity, including landfills, petrochemical plants, waste incinerators, and contaminated sites. Accordingly, Executive Order 12898, issued in 1994 by President Clinton, directs federal agencies to develop agency-wide environmental justice strategies that identify and address disproportionately high and adverse human health or environmental effects of its programs, policies, or activities on minority populations and low-income populations. Further, the order requires federal agencies to provide minority populations and low-income populations the opportunity to comment on the development and design of research strategies undertaken pursuant to this order. In the years since Executive Order 12898 was issued, federal agencies, including the EPA, have adopted commitments to integrate environmental justice concerns into their operations. Unfortunately, numerous studies have concluded that these commitments have not been fulfilled and significant action is needed to meaningfully engage federal agencies in general and EPA in particular in effective actions to end this form of unequal treatment under the law. A 1999 Institute of Medicine study toward environmental injustice, research, education, and health policy needs concluded that people of color and low-income communities are exposed to higher levels of pollution than the rest of the nation, and that these same populations experience certain diseases in greater number than more affluent white communities. A 2000 study by the Dallas Morning News and the University of Texas, Dallas found that 870,000 of the 1.9 million, that is 46%, housing units for the poor, mostly minorities, sit within about a mile of factories that reported toxic emissions to the EPA. Further, the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights 2002 study and report on the implementation of Executive Order 12898 found that 4 federal agencies, including EPA, have failed to incorporate environmental justice into their core missions, have not established accountability and performance outcomes for programs and activities, and that a commitment to environmental justice issues is often lacking from agency leadership. In addition to urban communities, rural low-income communities could also be adversely impacted by H.R. 3862. Mountaintop removal surface coal mining in central Appalachia, some of the poorest towns and counties in the United States in terms of income, has been associated with increased incidence of birth defects, cancer, and numerous other acute and chronic health impacts, including death caused by such illnesses. Yet, when federal agencies acknowledge through a consent decree or settlement that they have unlawfully denied or unreasonably denied regulations needed to prevent sickness and death caused by discriminatory treatment,
Could the gentlelady yield for a question?
Unanimous consent for 30 more seconds to complete this statement.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for an additional minute.
H.R. 3862 could make that agency jump through more legal hoops before it can finally do this job. The bill requires settlements already negotiated to go to mediation of a third party, like a polluting factory intervenes. H.R. 3862 could prove disastrous to effective and efficient environmental regulations, and I am especially concerned with the impact this legislation would have on our nation's most vulnerable and underserved communities. I urge my colleagues to consider the hazards coal mining communities face, as well as the health hazards that exist for other low-income neighborhoods that are near toxic conditions, and vote no on H.R. 3862. I yield back the balance of my time.
Could the gentlelady yield
I
briefly?
yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
Isn't the basis of this exemption that a lot of companies could pile in on these pollution issues and make the cost of litigation beyond the reach of the people in the communities that are suffering proportionately more?
Absolutely.
I thank the gentlelady.
The gentlewoman yields back her time. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, although I do oppose the amendment. I just want to reiterate, excuse me, that the underlying, the bill, or the amendment in the nature of a substitute in this regard, does not block access for people to get consent decrees or sue and settlement agreements. All that it does is that it brings in transparency and public participation into the process so that we actually, all the stakeholders and all those that would be affected by the regulation, by the agreement, by the decree, will have the ability to understand what's going to be implemented and then have a voice in this. So I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment because they still have the ability to get involved with the sue and settlement or consent decrees. This merely brings transparency and public participation into the process, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Quayle. Are there other members who wish to be recognized? The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Watt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move strike last word.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Rise in support of Ms. Waters' amendment, and I was going to take separate time on the bill itself, but I think this is as good an amendment as any to make the points that I want to make. First of all, I support her amendment and think that it's a good amendment. But my real concerns with this bill are that I think even the supporters of the bill are going to find that it has some substantial impacts that they have not anticipated and would not want. In the context, as Ms. Waters has raised, you're setting, the government is setting a standard for environmental and hazardous waste and toxic substances that perhaps a community would welcome. But the bill also allows for the opposite of that to bring people into the process. Suppose the environmental standard is not as high as my community would like. Suppose the prison reform that is done under a rule or a settlement or a consent decree is not to the liking of the prison population. This bill gives the right of any private party who is affected either adversely or positively the right to come in, and it does it in a whole range of cases, antitrust cases, civil rights cases, prison reform cases, disability rights cases, employment discrimination cases, voting rights cases, and in effect, you are opening up the entire process. And I'm sure you will, if this bill were to become law, you would quickly realize how devastating the consequences of what you're doing. Because something that affects the rights of private parties affects those rights both positively or negatively, and opens up the process to do exactly what you want, which is to stop bad settlements and consent decrees from going into effect. But it also stops the things that you would want to go into effect from going into effect. By basically allowing anybody at the end of the process, after the case has been settled or tried, a settlement is reached, a consent decree is often reached at the end of the trial. You then go back and give the opportunity for somebody to intervene in a case that has already been tried and upset the outcome of that case. This is next to the bill we just considered and passed out of this committee. This is about the second worst idea that we've had today. I mean, it's just, I don't think you understand the consequences of what you're doing here. This is a major interruption in the legal process and then you give people the right, the presumptive right to file amicus briefs, the presumptive rights to intervene in cases after they have already been tried, mind you, resulting in delay of any kind of action, good or bad, resulting in protracted litigation, which is contrary to everything that I've heard in this committee your side of the aisle stands for. You don't want any protracted litigation. And here we are in this bill just inviting the protraction of litigation, inviting delay, inviting more expenditure of funds by parties who really can just rope-a-dope and game the system for as long as the courts will allow them to do that, and you've given them the license to do it in this bill. I don't understand. I mean, you know, you all get caught up in your philosophical beliefs about government and things, and then you go overboard and react in ways that are just stupid. I don't know how else to characterize this. I don't think you have thought through the implications of what this bill does.
Gentleman's time has expired.
All right, I've said enough. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Watt. Are there other members who wish to be heard on Ms. Waters' bill or amendment? If not, all in favor of the Waters Amendment, say aye. Opposed, say no. And the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Griffin votes no. Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Gowdy votes no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Amade votes no. Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Coble votes no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
Gentleman from Iowa.
Mr. King votes no.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Clerk will report. The clerk will suspend. I thought there was somebody on the way. No? Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 13 members voted aye, 15 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments?
Chairman.
To the manager's amendment. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee.
I have an amendment at the desk. It's amendment number 23 and listed as number 3 on the roster.
And clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Ms. Jackson Lee. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert except as provided in subsection D, the provisions. Page 8, insert after 21 the following. D, exception. The provisions of this act shall not apply in the case of a consent decree or settlement agreement that prevents or is intended to prevent birth defects in infants.
Gentlewoman from Texas is recognized to explain her amendment.
I join a number of members that I've heard discuss this particular legislation with a inquisitive if you will, attempt to try and understand when you look at the legal system, consent decrees and settlements are what we call efficiencies of scale. That mean that you have reached a settlement to end a long-winded litigation. You have brought about the best solution possible in some instances for all parties concerned. And you've stopped the devastation or the dastardly circumstances that have caused you to enter into this particular disagreement and attempt to resolve. So my amendment will prevent this act from applying to any decree or agreement that prevents or is intended to prevent birth defects in infants. If one would like to know what are birth defects are structural or functional abnormalities present at birth that cause physical or mental disability. Some are fatal. Researchers have identified thousands of different birth defects. Currently, birth defects are the leading cause of death for infants during the first year of life. Birth defects can be caused by a number of factors, many of which can be reduced or prevented, including exposure to environmental pollutants or to disease, such as rubella and strep infections. For example, a preventable causes of birth defects, recent peer-reviewed scientific research and reports have associated mountaintop removal with elevated levels of 6 of 7 categories of birth defects studied: respiratory, central nervous center, circulatory, musculoskeletal, gastrointestinal, urogenital, and other effects. Other examples include prenatal exposure to mercury from industrial sources, exposure to lead, which causes developmental and learning disabilities, as well as other health problems when pregnant women are exposed to lead in their drinking water or lead paint in their homes, or toxic in household products, unsafe drugs used during pregnancy. These are a few of the impacts of birth defects. And if there is a consent decree, or if there is a settlement, I don't know why we'd want to delay implementation. It is important for federal agencies responsible for protecting babies from birth defects to be allowed to adopt common sense regulations without the roadblocks thrown at them by this bill. And this includes such agencies as HHS, doing research on birth defects, or the research of birth defects done by the National Institutes of Health, the U.S. Surgeon General, the National Institutes of Environmental Health Sciences, as well as agencies like the EPA and Consumer Product Safety Commission. What is it about consent decrees and settlements? As a lawyer, I thought that that was a way of resolving, as I said, onerous, long protracted litigation that stops the helping of people who need help. My amendment is simple: to protect babies from birth defects, we will not intervene with this legislation as relates to consent decrees and settlements. How simple a request could I offer? And I would ask my colleagues to join me in this common sense amendment. Birth defects can cause fatalities, but it can also cause a life that is impacted forever and ever. I would ask my colleagues to join me again in the amendment, the Jackson Lee amendment, that exempts preventing, or as intended to prevent birth defects to this legislation.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson Lee. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentlelady for her amendment, although I do oppose the amendment. I just want to make it very clear that the problem with what is occurring now with settlement or sue and settlement agreements isn't that they're part of a protracted litigation or process. It's the fact that many times there's a complaint and a settlement agreement filed on the same day, so that those that will be regulated by this rule, by this agreement, didn't even know that the complaint was filed because it hadn't been filed, and they have the agreement that is put in place on the same day that the complaint was filed, therefore just basically getting rid of any ability for them to have a voice to make sure that their concerns are well known. I think that this bill actually takes care of that, brings them into the process, brings transparency to the process, and I believe that Ms. Jackson Lee's well-intended amendment is overly broad in this sense, because any environmental settlement agreement, all it would have to say that it is intended to prevent birth defects, and then it would get out of the transparency compliance and getting people involved in the process. I believe that that would just be having a carve-out that is unnecessary. Once again, this does not get rid of the ability for people to get consent decrees or sue and settlement agreements. It's merely to provide transparency and participation, and I urge my colleagues to
gentleman yield.
reject it. I'm just going to yield back. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back his time. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this?
Chairman.
Amendment? The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Conyers.
I would yield to the gentlelady before I begin my comments.
Just a simple point, Mr. Conyers. Thank you very much for yielding. Once you have an agreement and it translates into a regulatory process, there's all manner of ability for those who oppose that regulatory response to challenge it as it impacts them or causes irreparable harm. The consent decree comes because someone has been injured or damaged, or there is a worthiness to the settlement of it. In this instance, I have argued that birth defects rise above our simple inconvenience that it may be too broad. This has to do with living babies. This has to do with saving lives. This has to do with protecting the quality of life of our babies. And I'm shocked by the opposition that always claims that they have the large banner that wants to protect the lives of newborn babies. I yield back to the gentleman.
I thank the gentlelady. May I point out that Ben Quayle's observation that many times the complaint and the settlement agreement occur sometimes on the same day. And that may be true, but if we don't make the exception that the gentlelady from Texas has recommended, we're going to see others get into this, and it's not going to be settled on the same day. You're not going to have parties that are now going to be permitted to join in consent agreements all settling on the same day. I think there would be less likelihood of that happening.
Well,
Yes, of course.
Yes, that's correct.
Well,
That's the point.
Well, the fact of the matter is, I thought that it would be good that we settle as quickly as we can. I don't think that the pharmaceutical companies are going to be trying to settle on the same day. They're going to be trying to stretch it out. How many expectant mothers are prepared to sue a couple of one or two or more pharmacy companies, which are pretty large size?
Will the gentleman yield? Well,
of course.
This would not affect any individual right of action against a pharmaceutical company. They could have a private right of action for damages for any sort of effects.
No, the pharmacy companies would be coming in to stifle the consent agreement itself.
Well,
They wouldn't be trying to cooperate, well, here's what I'm saying is that this is a very sensitive matter, and I don't think it's accidental that a female member of the committee brought this up. This is something that we should all be concerned about. I'm looking at a New York Times report that the doctors have begun to see more kinds of cases in which bones of arms fail to develop and legs fail to develop. And since 50 years ago, have become more familiar because pregnant women were taking thalidomide for morning sickness, and they found out that this was necessary. So, Ben, I am very doubtful that the pharmaceutical companies would be coming in anxious to settle. As a matter of fact, they could keep a mother in court for much longer than she ever intended when she just wanted to bring someone else into the world. And I'll yield to you again if you'd like.
Yeah, well, I just want to make the point that this does not apply to anybody who has a private right of action against a pharmaceutical company for damages based on either it was negligence or actual issues with that. This is in terms of the regulatory process. This is not involved with the private right of action. So if a mother had a claim against some corporation, they can have that.
I quite agree with you. But when the pharmaceutical company comes in on a case like this, Mr. Quayle, they're not cutting off somebody's right to sue. They're going to interfere with the consent agreement between the government and the mother. That you're thinking about it from the wrong perspective. We're not giving her a right to sue later on. She wants fewer people in on a settlement, not more rights to sue.
Would the gentleman yield? The gentleman's time has expired, but without objection, the gentleman has yielded an additional minute.
All right. Yes, sir. Mr. Dowdy. Yes.
What fact pattern have you created where the mother would be suing the government?
To enforce the government's statutory violation, if it's a consent decree.
No, I'm trying to imagine the scenario under which the mother of a child born with a birth defect is suing the United States government, and a pharmaceutical company wants to come in and object to the settlement.
The gentleman yield.
Sure.
Could be a class action.
Well, why would you sue the United States government in a class action? It's two private litigants.
Well, look, if
the gentleman yield,
without trying to describe a case for you,
right?
Well, I can.
If there aren't any disagreements, if there's no reason for a consent decree, fine. But I'm thinking that somewhere along the line, with all of our hospitals, medical systems, Medicare, Medicaid, et cetera, that there could easily be a suit between an expectant mother and some form of government that would require a consent.
The gentleman's time has expired. Any other member wish to be recognized? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I asked to strike the last word.
And the gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I can offer an example. Could be a case against a federal agency, Food and Drug Administration, that had evidence of a drug that was approved, could be a sole source type of drug that was approved for use exclusively by a Medicare recipient or by a Medicaid recipient, let's say. And the drug had some problems with it that resulted in damages to the unborn child, and the mother sues the under a products liability situation, and also sues the government for withholding information in its files under the Freedom of Information Act that would have or should have caused the government to withdraw funding for that drug. And so, in the Freedom of Information Act request has gone in, it was not responded to, and the consent decree with the government may provide that these Freedom of Information Act requests will be dealt with according to law in the future.
Mr.
And I'll yield to.
Let me just point out that thalidomide was one of the drugs that got involved in litigation, whether it was misused or abused I don't know what the issue could be, but they started finding out that there was a big problem. So that's just one example of an infinite number.
But how would passing this bill have kept that from happening? How would passing this bill have impacted that settlement at all?
It would have protected the privacy of the parties, sir. I
Well,
don't.
But you can do that anyway with settlement agreements. You can protect the privacy of everyone. You can protect the terms of the settlement.
Not with this bill.
I will reclaim my time and point out that this is a bill that's on a fast track. It's straight to the bottom as far as regulatory actions that help make life better for Americans. And with that, I will yield back.
The gentleman yields back his time. The question is on the Jackson-Lee amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Chaffetz votes no. Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Gowdy votes no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson-Lee? Ms. Jackson-Lee votes aye. Ms. Waters? Ms. Waters votes aye. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Mr. Quigley votes aye. Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis? Mr. Polis votes aye.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Coble votes no.
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
Gentleman from Ohio.
Mr. Shabbat votes no.
Gentleman from Iowa.
Mr. King votes no.
Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
And gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Griffin votes no.
Okay. Clerk will report. The clerk will suspend. How is the gentlewoman from Texas recorded?
Ms. Jackson-Lee is recorded as aye.
The clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 14 members voted aye, 16 members voted no.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The Judiciary Committee is going to stand in recess until we take this one vote, and then we will resume markup immediately after this vote, and I would expect us to have about an hour to continue the consideration of this bill. The Judiciary Committee will reconvene and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
Present.
Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Mr. Quayle? Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Watt? Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Polis?
Gentleman from Virginia. Gentleman from California. Gentleman from North Carolina.
Definite on that vote. Is that 3? Haven't seen any.
Gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Watt?
Gentleman from... Gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
Right, I think that's... I think our members would have
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 14 members responded present.
A working quorum is present. We will proceed with consideration of amendments to Mr. Quayle's manager's amendment. Are there any amendments? The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson. And the clerk will report the amendment.
An amendment to the Quayle amendment offered by Mr. Johnson. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert except as provided in subsection D, the provisions. Page 8, insert after line 21 the following. D, exception. The provisions of this act shall not apply in the case of consent decree or settlement agreement that would create jobs.
The gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would make an exception for a consent decree or settlement agreement that would create jobs. I would hope that my friends on both sides of the aisle would have a desire to improve the economy and take actions to foster job growth. Consent decrees and settlement agreements help ensure that agencies take necessary action by a certain date. This bill would slow down the process by which such consent decrees and settlement agreements are entered. I have serious issues with this bill. It has the ability to prevent federal regulatory actions from being implemented even where they may create jobs. There is no need to fast-track a bill that could have such a detrimental effect on our economy. Again, I'd like to reiterate that regulations do not inherently kill jobs. To the contrary, they save lives and even promote job growth. I would urge all of my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my
Thank you,
time.
Mr. Johnson. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I think we all are very cognizant of the fact that we need more job creation. However, I don't think this amendment does that, and that's why I oppose the amendment. This amendment seeks less transparency, public participation, and judicial review for consent decrees and settlement agreements for regulations that will help to create jobs, supposedly. That is precisely backwards. More transparency, public input, and judicial scrutiny will only help to produce regulations that will create more jobs, not less. I just will give one anecdotal piece of evidence to this fact was that one of the consent decrees with the utility MAC revisions that came out recently has a negative effect on my home state of Arizona, on the Navajo generating station that, if fully implemented, could result in the loss of hundreds of jobs in the tribal regions in northeast Arizona. This is just one reason why we need to make sure that we are having a transparent process, a process with public participation and further judicial review. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Quayle. Are there other members who wish to speak on Mr. Johnson's amendment? If not, the question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. No. In opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there other amendments to this manager's amendment? The clerk will report Mr. Johnson's amendment number, I think it's 18. Number 7 on our schedule.
Amendment to the Quayle amendment offered by Mr. Johnson. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert except as provided in subsection D, the provisions. Page 8, insert after line 21 the following. D, exception. The provisions of this act shall not apply in the case of consent decree or settlement agreement pertaining to the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act.
The gentleman is recognized to speak in favor of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment accepts a consent decree or settlement agreement pertaining to the Affordable Care Act from the provisions of the bill. The problem with this bill is that it could lead to a series of harmful consequences. The most tragic aspect of this bill is that it would interfere with federal agencies' legal duties to adopt regulations to ensure that the law is followed when justice has been denied or unreasonably delayed. Again, I want to stress that we should not play politics when it comes to the health and well-being of the American public. We should take special care to ensure that no one's access to health care is interrupted because of a stalled consent decree or settlement agreement that could be prolonged into costly litigation under this bill. At the very least, consent decrees and settlement agreements pertaining to the Affordable Care Act should not be held hostage. If you take the health and welfare of the American people seriously, you should vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fact that so many of the different regulations have lapsed with regarding to the Affordable Care Act is precisely why this bill is needed, and that is why I oppose the amendment. The amendment seeks less transparency, public participation, and judicial review for consent decrees and settlement agreements for regulations that implement the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. The American public remains opposed to the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act in part because of the backroom deals, lack of transparency, and disregard for public opinion that led to its enactment. What is needed now is more transparency, public input, and judicial review, not less. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Quayle. Are there other members who wish to be heard on this amendment? If not, all in favor of the amendment say aye. All opposed to the amendment say no. No. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? No. Mr. Gallagly votes no. Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Isa? Mr. Pence?
Are you going to offer 2 more amendments, or is that?
Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Franks votes no. Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Ms. Sanchez? Mr. Polis?
Mr. Forbes?
Mr. Forbes votes no.
Ms. Sanchez?
Ms. Sanchez votes aye.
Mr. Griffin?
Mr. Griffin votes no.
Mr. Coble?
Mr. Coble votes no.
Mr. King?
Mr. King votes no.
Okay. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 7 members voted aye, 11 members voted nay.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Does the gentleman have another amendment?
I do. It's Amendment 8 at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Would the gentleman consider offering both amendments en bloc that he has remaining?
Yeah, they both are, they're not similar.
Okay, if they're not compatible, the clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Mr. Johnson. Page 1, line 5, strike the provisions and insert.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Mr. Chairman, my amendment would exempt consent decrees and settlement agreements from the bill's delay tactics that would slow down the settlement process for federal agencies that have conceded that they have unlawfully denied or unreasonably delayed civil rights regulations. Protecting the rights of all people to be free from discrimination is one of the basic tenets of this country. No one should be treated adversely on account of their race, sex, religion, national origin, age, or disability. Many federal agencies have specific responsibilities to protect people and communities from discrimination. For example, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission adopts regulations to protect people with disabilities, women, and racial and ethnic minorities from discrimination in the workplace. Consent decrees specifically have been instrumental in enforcing various civil rights statutes ranging from voting rights to law enforcement misconduct. This amendment would ensure that those federal agencies responsible for preventing discrimination could do so pursuant to a consent decree or settlement agreement without undue burden or unnecessary delay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Mr. Quayle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. This amendment carves consent decrees and settlement agreements for anti-discrimination regulations out of the bill's protections for transparency, public participation, and judicial review. Increased sunlight, greater public input, and stronger judicial review only assure more effective regulations to prevent unlawful discrimination. Backroom deals that elevate secrecy and attorneys' fees to favor special interest advocacy groups do not. I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Quayle. The question is on the gentleman from Georgia's amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And
That's for a recorded vote.
recorded vote has been requested.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner? Mr. Coble? Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Lundgren votes no. Mr. Shabbat?
You think they can?
Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes? Mr. King? Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Poe votes no. Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amade? Mr. Conyers? Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr. Watt? Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee? Ms. Waters? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis?
The gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Griffin votes no.
A gentleman from North Carolina.
Mr. Coble votes no.
A gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Gentleman from Virginia. Votes no.
Mr. Goodlatte votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 9 members voted aye, 10 members voted nay.
Okay. Majority having voted, the vote has concluded, but please stay around. The majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. Let me say to members, we have one more amendment to consider by the gentleman from Georgia. Then I would like to go to a vote on the manager's amendment, but not have vote on final passage today, just because I'm not sure we have that many people present. But I would like to get through this amendment as quickly as we can and have a vote on the manager's amendment, and then conclude for the week. The gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the Quayle Amendment offered by Mr. Johnson of Georgia.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, drowning remains the second leading cause of unintentional injury-related death for children ages 1 through 14 years old. Virginia Baker was a 7-year-old girl who drowned after she was trapped underwater by the powerful suction of a hot tub drain. This little girl died as a result of a faulty drain cover. After Virginia's tragic death, Congress passed and President Bush signed into law the Virginia Baker Pool and Spa Safety Act of 2008. This law requires life-saving, anti-entrapment drain covers and other safety features for pools and spas. I hope that Virginia's story will demonstrate the need for my amendment. It would exempt from this harmful bill consent decrees and settlement agreements in cases where an agency has unlawfully denied or unreasonably delayed regulations to protect children from dangerous or defective products. Products just like the faulty drain cover that tragically took the life of 7-year-old Virginia Baker. Are members of this committee really willing to turn their backs on critically needed protections for children? I sincerely hope not. Even those who support H.R. 3862 ought to be able to agree that we should remove impediments to ensuring that agencies do what Congress has charged them with doing when it comes to protecting children. Please join me in voting yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Quayle, is recognized briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. America's children deserve effective child product safety regulations. Increased public input, transparency, and judicial review help to achieve that goal. I urge my colleagues to oppose the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Quayle. The question is on the amendment. The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Watt, is recognized.
Since you're going to follow the procedure you outlined, I just wanted to make one final appeal to the sponsors of this bill to address the concerns that I raised in the Waters Amendment. This bill is so broadly drawn. Right now, you're inviting every prisoner, every citizen in voting rights cases to intervene in these cases. And I think if you don't address that, you're going to be very sorry. Anything that affects the rights of private parties in any respect other than the plaintiff has standing under this bill. So I'll yield back. I'll yield to the gentleman if he wants me to yield, but I'm just appealing to you to look at it and
I understand what you're saying, but it is addressed within the bill. I mean, the judge actually has discretion on when an intervener can actually have the ability to intervene.
But that's after the fact. That's the problem. And right now, the way you've got it drafted, you can't keep any prisoner out. You can't keep any voter out. You can't keep any citizen out.
The judge has the discretion to not allow that person to intervene.
The gentleman from Arizona takes the gentleman's appeal under consideration.
I hope he will. And don't get defensive about it. I'm just trying to help. I don't support the bill. I don't care if you correct it. I won't support the bill. But the way it's drawn now is so broad that you will, if this bill were to pass in this form, you would be very, very sorry with the results you got.
Thank you, Mr. Watt. The question is on the amendment. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Amendment is not agreed to. The recorded vote has been requested, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Smith?
No.
Mr. Smith votes no. Mr. Sensenbrenner?
See how much time on the
Mr.
screen
Coble?
for the vote.
Mr. Coble votes no. Mr. Gallagly? Mr. Goodlatte? No. Mr. Goodlatte votes no. Mr. Lundgren? Mr. Shabbat? Mr. Issa? Mr. Pence? Mr. Forbes?
It's the world.
Mr. Forbes votes no.
The entire world.
Mr. King?
Anybody?
Mr. King votes no. Mr. Franks? Mr. Gomert? Mr. Jordan? Mr. Poe? Mr. Chaffetz? Mr. Griffin? Mr. Marino? Mr. Gowdy? Mr. Ross? No. Mr. Ross votes no. Ms. Adams? No. Ms. Adams votes no. Mr. Quayle? No. Mr. Quayle votes no. Mr. Amadei? Mr. Conyers?
Aye.
Mr. Conyers votes aye. Mr. Berman? Mr. Nadler? Mr. Scott? No. Mr. Scott votes no. Mr. Watt?
Yeah.
Mr. Scott votes aye. Mr.
Aye.
Watt?
Aye.
Mr. Watt votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Jackson Lee votes aye. Ms. Waters? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Pierluisi? Mr. Pierluisi votes aye. Mr. Quigley? Ms. Chu? Ms. Chu votes aye. Mr. Deutsch? Mr. Deutsch votes aye. Ms. Sanchez? Ms. Sanchez votes aye. Mr. Polis?
Gentleman from California.
Mr. Gallagly votes no.
Gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Griffin votes no.
Gentleman from Texas. Gentleman from California. Both gentlemen from California, I think, voted no.
Mr. Lundgren and Mr. Isa?
Gentlemen from, are there any are there any other members who wish to be recorded? Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Gomert votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, 10 members voted aye, 14 members voted no.
Majority having voted against the amendment is not agreed to. The next vote will be the last vote of the week until we resume our markup next week.
Chairman, I'd like to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
From Texas.
Oh, I'm sorry, the gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I had an amendment, number 24, dealing with the rights of airline passengers and their safety. I will reserve introducing this amendment with the acknowledgement of the comments that Mr. Watts said, that this is a far-reaching bill, and certainly airline passengers that are in the eye of the storm dealing with their safety, their rights or benefits, deserve protection from this legislation. I'll seek to add this amendment at a later time, and I will not offer the amendment at this time. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Question is on the manager's amendment. Those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Okay. Thank the gentleman from Georgia. Reporting quorum, let's see. The questions for the majority, where was I? The majority voted in favor. The amendment is agreed to, and we will stand adjourned till next week.